Can you hear me? Pronto 1 2 prova. Pronto 1 2 prova. Sì e hey. Sì e hey. Sì. Check. Dammi feedback, Dario.
morning, everybody, and welcome to this year's State of the Union. I'm very happy to welcome here our panelists and Marion Jansen online, and everybody who is tuning in online and is also here present at the European University Institute. I'm Martina Ferracane. I'm Max Weber Fellow at the European University Institute, and the topic of this today's panel is digital trade and digital transition. In particular, we will discuss the issue of fragmentation of digital trade rules and also options to overcome this fragmentation. To discuss this, we have three great panelists, and I will introduce them in alphabetical order. We have Deborah Elms. Thanks for coming to Florence. She's the founder and executive director of the Asian Trade Center and president of the Asian Business Trade Association. Then Tunde Fafungwa is advisor of the Digital Center of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa and partner at KITSCO. And Marion Jansen, she is director of the Trade and Agriculture Directorate of the OECD. Thanks for joining us. Well, today's panel will last around 55 minutes, and it will be organized as follows. I will start with a brief introduction of the Digital Trade Integration Project of the European University Institute, and then we will start with some general questions for our panelists. And then we will have around 15-20 minutes for Q&A, so we have plenty of time for questions from the audience, both online and here, so feel free to start writing on the platform your questions, and we will make sure to give them to our panelists. So let's start just with a very quick presentation of the Digital Trade Integration Project at the UI. If you can put the presentation, thanks. So, well, this year we started the Digital Trade Integration Project here at the European University Institute, and this project has three main objectives. First of all, we want to create a network of experts working on digital trade across universities and also beyond academia. We are constructing a data set of measures that we will share very soon on our website. We are currently analyzing 94 countries, but the idea is to grow every year. And then we are also building a digital trade integration index. To do this, we have a partnership under the Civica network of European universities. We have 4 universities: the European University Institute, the Bocconi University, RT School, and the London School of Economics. We also are joined by different other institutions, ESIPE, a think tank in Brussels. We have the TISA network based in Australia, the Digital Cooperation Organization based in the Middle East, and 3 Economic Commission of the UN, the Economic Commission for Asia and the Pacific, the Economic Commission for Africa, and the Economic Commission for Latin America. The timeline of the project is that we started collaboration in July last year. We have immediately started collecting data because it takes a huge amount of time to find data on 94 countries. So we already are collecting data since more or less almost 1 year. And we also had a webinar series exchanging information and views with experts from all over the world, experts in different areas, and these webinars were intended to create a network of people working on digital trade, but also get feedback on our project and on the methodology for aggregating all the measures into an index. Currently, we are thinking about different methodologies to come up with our digital integration index, and our objective is next month to release the dataset online. And in October, we will release our Digital Trade Integration Index and then a report by the end of the year. The idea is that these data sets are freely available, easily downloadable from our website, so everybody can use it to conduct research, empirical and not. Why are we doing this? First of all, to improve transparency and understanding of measures that have to do with digital trade integration. This sort of data sets promote also comparison, structured comparison across countries. We can conduct quantitative analysis, so empirical research using this data. And then by conducting empirical research, we can identify best practice and provide input for policymakers. We have already some preliminary results. These are really preliminary at this point. In terms of areas of integration, what we found is that going from the bottom up to in this chart, at the bottom you see the policy areas for which we find higher level of integration. So when it comes to trade of ICT goods, therefore looking at tariffs, standards, quantitative trade restrictions on ICT goods, we find low restrictions and therefore higher level of integration. On the other hand, newer areas of policy that have to do with the digital services, such as intermediate liability, content access, domestic data policies, telecom infrastructure. In these areas, we find a lower level of integration. We have also started doing some regional analysis based on the data we found until now. And in this chart, you can see the African countries that we have looked at until now. The line is the index calculation, still preliminary, and the higher the index, the higher the level of restriction and the lower the level of integration. So we find Egypt, Nigeria, Senegal to be the least integrated countries in Africa when it comes to digital trade, while Lesotho, Mozambique, and Madagascar are found to be the most open countries to digital trade in Africa. I wonder if, Tunde, with your experience with African countries, you agree with these findings. And then for Asia, we also have started calculating some indexes and having a easy picture of the findings of our data set. And we find that New Zealand, Singapore, Hong Kong to be the most open countries when it comes to digital trade. On the other hand, we have in India, Vietnam, Russia, Indonesia, and China, which is not in the chart yet, but is found to be the most restrictive country in the region. And with these kind of indexes, which are far from being perfect, but provide a easy overview of the status of digital trade integration in the country, we can have also easy comparison across different policy areas and see, for example, in this case, how a country is doing compared with the average level of digital trade integration in the index. And to conclude, other things with this data researchers can do is in this table, calculating regulatory similarity and see which countries are more similar with each other, and then and therefore among which countries is easier to conduct digital trade. When you see the green dots, this means that countries are more similar with each other. So Japan, Australia, or New Zealand, Australia, Singapore, Australia. On the other hand, countries that have a red dot, country pairs with a red square, are those that are most diverse. So we see like China being very diverse from Australia, Japan, Singapore, etc. So that's it for a brief introduction of our project. And we have a website, so if you want to know more, you can just look at our website, and we will publish next month the datasets of the 94 countries. So we can maybe put Marion back so we can see her again. And I want to immediately start asking our panelists, what do you think about these findings? And in general, what is your view about fragmentation of digital trade rules that we are seeing across the globe? And I want to ask you also your experience from a regional perspective, of course. So perhaps I wanted to ask Marion if she wanted to start first, because the OECD has also conducted a lot of research in this area, and they have created the OECD Digital STRI database. So maybe we start with her, and then we pass the floor to the speakers here in the room. Marion, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and very pleased to be with you today. I see you smiling, so I assume you're hearing me well. Is that the case? You are hearing me? Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Excellent. Yes, indeed, we are very active in the space of assessing digital services trade restrictions, and very much for the same reasons that you just mentioned. It is important, as with other aspects of trade, it is important for there to be transparency across policies being used in this space in order for private sector actors to understand what they can and cannot do, what they should or should not do. So the type of exercises you are conducting and are very useful to strengthen transparency in this important area of digital trade. And the OECD has, in this context, also chosen to be active in this space. We have been conducting data on digital, we call it digital services trade restrictiveness, for a number of years. Since at least 2014, we have been collecting data for over 100 countries in our last exercise. And I think we presented some data, some findings at the UNCTAD e-commerce week that took place very, very recently. So we already have a time dimension in the data set, and we do observe that the restrictiveness of digital trade unfortunately has been on the increase, and in particular in some of the regions you have been mentioning, Africa and also Asia. So I think this change is of concern because at the same time our world has become more digital, and in particular during the COVID-19 period, many economies, many clients, consumers also have been relying on digital trade. So this is a space to be watched. We, like you, we very much consider this a very important area of work. If I may maybe explain a difference in the way we are working at the OECD compared to your approach. We are very much working directly with policymakers because our work is immediately geared towards facilitating negotiations, consensus seeking, facilitating applications. And we are working on this, yes, in the Trade Directorate with the trade community, but we are also working with the technology committees that notably bring together representatives from the regulatory space. So those setting the kind of laws that we are assessing are meeting at the OECD in another context, and we therefore have a possibility to bring the regulatory community together with the trade community. Very important, of course, also, and a lot in the news over the past months is also the aspect of taxation of digital trade. You may have heard about our negotiations here or discussions here on baseline erosion and profit shifting and applications to digital trade. And that's also an aspect that we can bring into the discussion. We have, with the data what we have been doing, notably been supporting the G7 presidency of the UK last year. They agreed there, the G7 countries, on what they call a set of digital trade principles, G7 digital trade principles. So a lot of the work we have been doing has been supporting the discussions around this theme. So very important discussion here today with you. I look forward to learning more, to hearing more, and hopefully also to continue collaborating in the future on this very important topic.
Great, thanks a lot. I pass the word to Deborah.
Thank you very much. I'm really happy to be here, and I'm happy to be here live, so thank you all very much for coming and watching. The question was about whether or not we have greater fragmentation or integration in trade in Asia in particular, and I would say we have contradictory impulses, and the utility of database efforts like the one that you all are doing here and the one that the OECD is doing is that it highlights that contradiction between increasing fragmentation in some areas, and you can see from the figures that we have less alignment in Asia than you might expect, given how digitally integrated in general Asia is, how online, how active, particularly how mobile ready Asia is, but also how integration continues. So we see a lot of trade initiatives in Asia to discuss how we're going to deal with digital. So we have lots of trade agreements in Asia. Many of them have in there an e-commerce or digital trade chapter or a digital trade element to it. We also have what we're calling digital-only agreements that are increasingly spanning Asia, including the Digital Economy Partnership Agreement, DEPA, between Singapore, Chile, and New Zealand, which is set to expand with the addition of South Korea, currently in accession discussions, and applications in from China in particular. So that's going to get very interesting, how that DEPA helps reduce fragmentation. But also we have these things called digital economy agreements, which are tied to a free trade agreement. We have them in place now between Singapore, Australia, Singapore, the UK, Singapore, and Korea. And I suspect that we will find more digital economy agreements sort of created by different nodes, and then those will start to overlap. That could lead to more integration, but obviously there's a real risk of fragmentation, because if we don't have similar rules in all of these different initiatives, the net result is a lot more complexity rather than less complexity. And the last thing that I'll say in this opening bit is the other challenge we have for officials especially is thinking about new and evolving areas. So Marian just mentioned tax, and tax in the digital space is something that is coming very fast in Asia. It is much more challenging outside of the EU to deal with tax in a cross-border setting for digital, because it means you have to be registered, you have to pay taxes, you have to remit them in a local currency. I mean, all kinds of things become really complicated in a fragmented environment. But for most officials, this is an area where we have very little domestic level rules or regulations in place. And if we do, we haven't really discussed that with neighbors. So increasingly governments are charging off to do whatever they want in the digital space in these evolving areas without a conversation with their neighbors. And in digital, of course, this is deeply problematic because digital doesn't stop at the geographic border. Digital tries to keep going. And I think that is an area of growing concern. And again, I think why these initiatives to gather information about what is actually happening in the regulatory and policy space is critically important, so that at the minimum, we can reduce the fragmentation in areas where we don't need to have fragmentation. And if we decide ultimately as a sovereign country you want to be fragmented from someone else, you recognize that that's the choice that you've made and what those consequences are.
Yeah. Thanks. And in fact, this kind of exercise can help also countries to understand what are the issues really in their own economy. And it is something that also applies to the African region, where often we see that countries are sometimes copying and pasting measures and also not voluntarily create new barriers to the development of digital trade. So I pass the word to Tunde to hear a bit more about the African perspective.
Okay, thank you. A real pleasure to be here, and thanks for the participation and attending. And congratulations on moving forward with the index. I think it's very important. From an African perspective, as many people may know, the African Continental Free Trade Area was actually signed almost 2 years ago and came into effect at the beginning of 2021. And it brings together 54 African countries across the continent, 1.3 billion people with an economy the size of in excess of $3 trillion. So this particular free trade area, which is one of the largest in the world, is set to have enormous impact. The purpose of it is to create and improve intra-country trade across the continent, which is at the moment hardly above the single-digit level. So huge opportunity for improvement in trade and integration. And of course, digital is a critical part of that. However, the provisions for e-commerce and digital trade were added after the initial signing, but then were fast-tracked because of COVID and clear need for digital integration. So that is currently on the fast track. There's an expectation that the rules for digital integration and e-commerce will be released this year, and that will provide an enormous basis for bringing together many of these aspects on the digital economy. I think in particular what we are expecting and looking for out of the agreement is the opportunity to improve significantly the micro, small, and medium enterprises. These are really the backbones of many of the economies across the African continent. In many cases, they account for 80% of employment across the continent, 50% of the economy. So the ability of micro, small, and medium enterprises to participate in digital trade and in benefiting from integration in terms of livelihood, in terms of bringing people out of poverty and improving their outlook on life is really essential. And therefore, the possibility of this index to help focus on the areas, needs for improvement, understanding what areas can be best worked on by various countries in terms of improving digital trade integration could have enormous effect.
Great. Thanks. We started already to move into agreements and that are being discussed when it comes to digital trade. And you, Deborah, you already highlighted some of these, like the digital economy agreements. And you are based in Singapore, which is one of the countries that is really advocating this type of new commitments and new ways of creating also interoperability across countries. So my next question for you all, and perhaps we can start with you, since with you, Deborah, since you have a lot of experience with this new type of agreements and not only like free trade agreements, but general regional kind of agreements. My question is, do you think that any of those is like more effective or more viable for overcoming this fragmentation that we are seeing? What is your perception about what is happening in the region and also perhaps beyond with these agreements?
Thanks, it's a great question. I would say I understand why governments think that these trade agreements is the way to go. Especially in Asia, we're already primed to do trade agreements. We've been lots of them in Asia, bilateral, regional, large countries, small countries, sort of the stampede towards integration is important in the region, and so therefore we should have the equivalent version of that for digital. So I think I understand where governments are coming from, and I understand why they want to limit, again, this potential for fragmentation. The challenge is really what does a trade agreement on digital deliver that you didn't get before you had that trade agreement in place? And I think that's still an open question, partly because these agreements are new, partly because it's unclear what is the line between what is digital and what is just a trade agreement. I would actually argue that all trade is digital, or all trade is increasingly digital. And so if we're making digital-only agreements, then what are we doing? Really, you could argue that everything then needs to be part of a digital economy agreement, or maybe just the data elements, sort of data flow issues, is part of a digital agreement, but you still need a trade agreement. It's a little unclear. And so I think we run the risk of having lots of digital-only agreements that ultimately are not very helpful because they're not always connected to the larger trade discussion. Because really, what are you doing in digital trade? You're supposed to be trading across borders in some way connected to digital. And I think that is still unclear, partly, again, because it's new, partly because we haven't actually implemented. Despite having now in force, for example, DEPA, the 3 countries in DEPA really haven't met, and they haven't met to discuss what are we actually going to do to implement these various modules. Many of the modules in DEPA and many of the modules or the equivalent in the DEAs are cooperative in nature. Again, to me, this makes a certain amount of sense. We don't yet know maybe what the regulations ought to look like, so a conversation between us maybe is a good way to start. But you actually have to have that conversation because there's no point in having a cooperative commitment if you haven't met. So I think again, it's a little early days. These are new agreements and we're not sure how they're going to evolve, but we need to see more commitment by the officials and the regulators to actually sit with each other and cooperate. Otherwise, we will not know what is the impact of those. So again, I think there's a lot of potential, but at the end of the day, you have to deliver on that potential, and that involves regular meetings, conversations, cooperation, what kinds of regulations are helpful in being collaborative. And that's where, I would come back to not that I want to keep hawking your project here, but I think it is super important because if you don't understand where we're already in alignment and where we are crucially not in alignment, you could spend an awful lot of time on the wrong areas. And I think that means that the information that we're collecting is critical for these policymakers as long as, and I think this is key, they pay attention to it when they actually sit down to collaborate and cooperate.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up question, because when it comes to these agreements, what we're seeing is that they are really proliferating. We have a lot of new type of digital economy agreements being negotiated, and what we are not seeing is new members joining agreements which are already in place, like as it was promised at the beginning, because DEPA was expected to be a modular type of agreement so that anyone could join and just agree on certain modules of this. So why do you think this is not happening?
I think there's for DEPA in particular, a couple of reasons. One is that we had difficulties getting Chile to implement because they've had government changes and it's been a bit chaotic. But second, because COVID. This happened, it sort of happened right before COVID, and it's very difficult to negotiate or to collaborate or discuss new areas via Zoom. And I think once we start to resume travel, which is slowly happening, hallelujah, you can begin to have that sort of face-to-face communication that I think is critical on these newer evolving issues. And we may then see a bit more momentum behind it. And once you get a little more momentum, then I think you're going to have a little more interest in joining as was originally intended, or in proliferating these digital economy agreements. So you take the basic template text, and then you do it with someone else that has very similar kinds of arrangements. The difference between them, just to finish up quickly, the difference between them, the digital economy agreements tend to be by advanced, like-minded, ambitious countries. So they're much more legally binding, they're much more attached to the free trade agreement infrastructure. DEPA is supposed to be at a level that allows countries that are less ambitious in general to feel comfort and familiarity so that they will also join. So there's sort of two approaches to this. The idea is that both will expand over time, and as long as they're harmonized or at least aligned, we don't have the same challenges. Of course, the risk is always that we make incompatible provisions between these agreements, and we've actually made our situation worse rather than better.
Indeed, we'll see if this risk materializes or not. Also the OECD has been one of those organizations fostering agreements and different options to overcome fragmentation. So I wanted to hear from Marion if she has also, what do you think can be most effective as a venue and an option to overcome this fragmentation?
I think I will say many similar things as Deborah. I would maybe be a bit more optimistic in the sense that, yes, we see a lot of movement. Yes, we see many new things arising. It may look a bit chaotic, but first I will later say that I do not think it's chaotic. We see actually quite a bit of commonalities in the approaches that are being used. But above all, I think that the difficulties that Deborah describes are not unique to digital trade. So that an agreement, a trade agreement, has potential and sometimes lacks implementation. That's an old problem we have also had in traditional trade. Now that the whole discussion around digital trade regulation is evolving rapidly, and how you work on this together, that's also linked to the technology. And I think it's important, given that the private sector moves rapidly, that governments also try to move rapidly. The alternative would be that that consumers are active in a space and companies where there are no clear rules. And this is something that is not good for trade, and it's also not good for any other policy objectives like consumer protections that policymakers may have. The word of standardization is an old word. I think one of the oldest standards that exist comes from my home country, Germany. It's the standard for beer. We were also early in setting standards for sausages, and those standards were relatively stable for a long time because there was less trade and less foreign investment. Now this world moves more rapidly. And we do know, I think, from the we have the impression from the trade in goods space that some type of exchange between those who are active in the space of regulation is also useful. That's particularly, and this is an event on Europe and its fitness for the next generation. Europe is quite a front runner, a pioneer when it comes to facilitating exchange and collaboration among regulatory agencies as part of its trade agreements. And this is the kind of thing we are seeing happening now in the digital space. Yes, it's the trade negotiations, but also those who are setting the rules on data flows, for instance, are part of these discussions. What I consider very positive, a real opportunity in the space of digital trade is that this is an area that was born globally and that is moving globally, not at exactly the same space, but relatively at the same space, and that everybody, be it in Africa, be it in Asia, Latin America, Europe, or the Americas, had to come up with rules about this at the same time. So I think this is a space where there's a much bigger opportunity to develop commonalities and common ways of understanding how to deal with digital trade. We have the impression that this is happening. So we have brought part of our data, a piece of information together into something that we call the digital trade inventory. And there we look in particular at to which extent certain approaches are similar. For instance, we look at to which extent do countries in their national legislation or in their regional agreements, be they digital agreements or trade agreements, make reference to international regulations that are related to digital trade. So an important, very well-known one is are the international agreements on e-signatures. So does every country set an own rule when it comes to electronic signatures, or do you make reference to an internationally established rule? And we see that many countries start to use internationally established standards, and above all that we see more and more international standards appearing in the space of digital trade. So this is something that we are tracing. We do see that there are more and more commonalities, for instance, in the use of international rules. We also see more and more convergence in the terms of what countries consider to be important. So that is, for instance, that it is important to find a balance between facilitating trade and also protecting consumers, for instance, the privacy of data, that these two objectives are important. There's an increasingly convergence that this has to be taken into account. There may still be differences on how you do this, but the discussions become easier. So I would like to end by concluding we are rather optimistic as for the direction these discussions are taking, and we definitely look also with a lot of interest at the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, because I would agree there is a huge potential there to contribute positively to the dynamic.
Absolutely, thanks. And indeed, we move to talk about this agreement, because indeed in Africa still there are not a lot of rules on digital trade, while many countries are starting to implement domestic regulation, and this risks creating also frictions. In Africa there is really momentum, because countries can decide together to have the same rules on digital trade and create one area that has similar rules. So I wanted to hear a bit more about this, if you can share some thoughts to that.
Sure, thank you. I think it's important to obviously recognize that, you know, digital trade is obviously occurring right now and continues to grow across the continent, even without the integration and rules. As I mentioned, there's a large portion of the economy that is informal. There's a large informal economy around cross-border trade. We know there's actually, in some segments, very high usage of cryptocurrency on the African continent for these particular reasons. So, you know, people, societies, the private sector are always going to move forward, take advantage of the opportunities, deal with the problems that are facing us today. So digital trade is occurring. The opportunity, though, is to have principles and frameworks and country agreements that support and boost the sector, that improve the efficiency of the trade, that increase the volume of the trade. And in terms of fragmentation, we do see that there are very strong regional economic communities across the continent. So the East African community, the South African development community. So there are regional commissions and communities that are very strong, and in many cases you have these regional integrations that of course are very far ahead of the rest of the continent. The opportunity, of course, is that these feed into the larger African continental free trade area and therefore build a more standardized system. But we do have these, you know, twin or multiple tracks. We have the private sector that is going forward. Digital payments, mobile payments across the African continent are some of the most developed. We have, you know, the regional commissions that are working on agreements and in many cases have implemented things much faster. And we have the African Continental Free Trade Agreement coming on the back of that. I think one of the major areas of concern is the lack or minimal participation of the African continent in some of the global and international agreements. Martina, you've highlighted that. And that is just of huge concern. And in some aspect, I think this speaks to the institutional challenge in terms of people and capacity within the public sector across the continent. And that is really a major area of concern for the Commission and elsewhere on how to build up institutional capability, because participation in the global discussions in many cases is severely lacking.
Indeed, and when it comes to global discussions, like the biggest discussion now is happening at the WTO with the joint statement initiative of e-commerce. There is a great expectation. There are 86 countries negotiating. In Africa, there is, as you were mentioning, there are only 6 countries that are part of this discussion, and we also have one country that is actively trying to block these negotiations, which is South Africa, together with India. And this is connected a bit to what Marion also was saying about convergence. And what actually I would argue is that we see convergence, but we do see convergence along different blocks. We have like a kind of a European approach to digital trade. We have the US approach, and now the US is also promoting a global CBPR. So there is efforts to promote standards through FTAs and different other kind of agreements. And then we have a Chinese approach to digital trade with the interest to commit only on in certain areas while avoiding any binding commitment on more sensitive issues such as data, for example. So I wanted to ask your view, and perhaps we can start with Marion on the joint statement initiative. How do you see the fact that we have these 3 blocks together negotiating rules under the WTO, and whether you think that we will have binding commitments under this initiative, or and in which areas if we manage to have some commitments?
Thank you, Martina. Well, first, I think it's excellent that China, US, and EU are negotiating something in the current context. And it's great that it is in this area that all of us in this panel are considering important. I think the fact that these discussions take place, and the countries that are discussing there, they currently cover 90% of the type of trade we are discussing. So we definitely have a critical mass of countries that should participate in these negotiations. The initiative and the fact that the discussions take place is very positive and should not be underestimated. And the fact that they are around the table signals the importance the different players attach to the need to find common principles. You mentioned the difficulty of regional blocs. This is also not new. Before China joined the WTO, when it came to food safety standards, for instance, in the context of trade, there was a tradition of there being a European bloc approach versus a US approach. I remember, for instance, the precautionary principle, something very European that was not at all accepted in the United States. Now we have a third player, third approach. Also this context of this idea that regional blocs could be created around the aspect of regulation in trade. It's not a new concern. Something that has been around for at least 2 decades. But, and that's a big but, in the joint statement initiative, we have the 3 big players and many other countries, including very important players like Japan. Japan generated this slogan of free data flows with trust. It's a very important concept. It's important that they are there, that there is progress. At the OECD, we support these negotiations wherever WTO members consider that we can be useful, and notably the digital trade inventory has been picked up as a source of useful information for those negotiations. So I'm optimistic that this should be definitely seen as a positive sign, and that this is an area where we can at some stage get positive outcomes. It's maybe one of the more promising areas.
Great. Well, do our speakers agree with this? We start with Deborah.
I think if you want to get, especially the smallest companies involved in digital trade, cross-border digital trade, you need the largest number of rules that are consistent. So if you're a small company, the most important thing for you would be a global agreement that provides consistency in rules across as many markets as you might operate in. It would be great if the WTO, GSI could be successful and could do so quickly. If it can't, then the next best alternative would be regional agreements that, again, provide a certain amount of consistency, because it is true that digital trade is going on even when we do not have consistent rules, or maybe not have any rules. But that's not very helpful actually for firms. Firms dislike, including small firms, dislike operating without any guardrails, because you never know as a firm when the rules will change. And I think it's especially important in the digital space to remember that a government can completely destroy your business model in about 2 seconds if they make the rules change, if they make a rules change. So if they do something different with data, if they do something with taxes, if they make you have a local presence, lots of different things, suddenly your business model is shot. So it's very important in the digital space, and especially for smaller firms, to have the most amount of consistency. And I think that is a problem, and it's especially a problem because we don't have a lot of conversations between companies and governments in large parts of the world. I mean, it may happen here in Europe, but it does not happen very well in Asia, and I'm sure it doesn't happen particularly well in Africa either, where you have businesses, especially smaller firms, talking to government officials about what they need and, crucially, what they don't need. And you end up with this sort of, gap between what officials are working on, all day, very hard, very enthusiastic, and what a business wants. And so having that sort of connection between government and business is critical, including, I would say, small firms. So having small firms be part of that conversation is important. Otherwise, we make, again, the sort of regulatory fragmentation that matters. And then the last point I'll just say is that we need a lot more capacity building for government officials, because tech is out doing all kinds of amazing things. Firms, even small ones, are out doing all kinds of amazing things. And government officials are still going, they're looking outside and they're saying, I don't understand how my data can be in that cloud. Can you look through the window? Can you explain to me how my data sits in that cloud up there? And then you say, how are we actually regulating for this kind of thing if that's the level of information that some of the officials who are in charge of making rules actually have? So if we don't get the private sector together with business to discuss, together with government to discuss where we're at, we end up with a real mess of policy. The wrong areas, too much, too little, inconsistent, et cetera.
Absolutely. Tunde?
I think the points have been made really well by Mary and Deborah, but I would just add that governments have a real opportunity to lay out a roadmap and timeline. We know a lot of this is complex, and there's a lot of geopolitical and other issues. But in terms of consistency, and partially to Deborah's point, just by knowing that, okay, this is the time frame that is going to be considered and a decision is going to be taken at this point in this area, gives some of the certainty that's needed. And in this sort of very turbulent and complicated environment with the decisions around digital, I think providing certain levels of certainty and time frame would be extremely helpful across the board.
Absolutely. I was checking if we have any question. So it seems online we don't have any questions. Yeah, please. We have some questions from the room.
Well, thank you very much. I'm very interested in the collaboration or the consistency with FTAs in general and with the WIPO. I mean, especially in the digital area, we have a lot of IPRs, which might hinder some exchange and so on. And we have very different perceptions of the importance of IPRs and so on. I was part of the whole issue on the Marrakesh Treaty for the visually impaired. So I remember very well that this was one of the main obstacles to overcome when it comes to digital trade over borders. So I would be interested, how do you see the role of the WIPO within this whole area? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wants to pick this question?
I'll take I mean, I can't talk about WIPO specifically, but I can tell you that in the negotiations for the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, or RCEP, so 16 countries in Asia negotiating, there was a lot of discussion actually in the e-commerce discussions about how to increase digital and IP. What is that role? What is the appropriate role? How could the agreement factor in new, more important digital rules? And there was a really mixed view among the officials about whether or not they should aim for more ambitious rules in the IP chapter that were digitally relevant, or stick with exactly the rules that we have now. And there was finally one of the officials who actually was part of the WTO TRIPS agreement said, you know, I am a dinosaur, and when I was a much younger man, I helped negotiate that original IP chapter in the WTO, and surely, as we sit here now, we are in a different space where we need to think about how does digital connect with trade and connect with intellectual property rights rules in a way that is different from what it was 25 years ago or more. And that ended up being taken up, but only a little bit, in this RCEP discussion, because some governments said, no, it was difficult enough for us to do what we did 25 years ago, we're not moving the dial at all. And others said, we have to have a discussion about things like snippets of news and who's taking, you know, copyright in the digital space. What does that mean anymore? And how, some of those sort of modern, forget the really difficult, challenging issues around pharmaceuticals, for example, just things like what happens when you take an image off Google and you put it in your slideshow, you know, which I'm sure all of us are guilty of doing. So what does that mean? Are we all guilty of copyright violations, and how are we going to handle that? Those kinds of conversations were part of the discussion in RCEP. But as a signal to me of how fraught they were, at the end of the day, we got very little new changes. It's a very ambitious IP chapter, I think, for where it is for Asia. But the digital elements of that IP chapter are still relatively modest. And it's just because we couldn't, at the end of the day, couldn't get consensus among the 16 governments about how far should you push this topic. So I think it's super important. I think we need to do, in my view, a lot more capacity building around what does it mean, what are the gaps, what would you have to do, what is the problem we're trying to address, how could we adjust existing rules to fit that new environment. And there's a lot of lack of knowledge that I think is holding up a new discussion about IP in the digital space. But it's clearly needed, because again, I would submit that all of us in this room have surely violated IP at least once. Whether you wanted to or not, I guarantee if you haven't done it, your family members have certainly done it. And so we need to have some honest conversation about what do we need to do to structure the IP rules today for the environment in which we currently live.
Yes. Anyone wants to add something?
Yeah, we'll be happy to come in. I fully support Deborah's points, but I would even want to add that this is not only difficult and challenging space when it comes to digital trade. I remember when these discussions on e-commerce started, that I was speaking to experts who said, oh, that's going to be easy and rapid and we're going to have a deal. And I said, I'm not so sure, because the interface with different aspects of regulation is huge. You mentioned competition policy. We already raised data privacy protection. And the issue of competition is also very important in the digital industry, because of the characteristic of that industry, that it is an industry where there are network externalities. So you will normally end up with big players. All these things are taken into account by the kind of measures you and Martina are working on, by the digital services trade restrictiveness index that we are working on. And one thing I find very telling is that, as somebody working in the space of trade for decades, I noticed that we always said trade is good for consumers, but that the word consumers didn't appear in any piece of text of the WTO agreement. It does appear in digital trade agreements. or in e-commerce chapters. So there's a new aspect, consumer protection, that is entering the discussion too. So the area is not easy at all. And therefore, I think that all the progress we have been seeing in the past years is something that is a real success. And it would be great if we continue to see that success.
Thanks. Don't know if you Tunde want to add something on IP.
Just a minor comment. I want to pick up on Maren's point about, what is all this for? At the end of the day, it's about people, it's about society, it's about consumers. On the African continent, it's about development. And I think, we're in a stage where we have to sort of re-examine some of the underlying economic policies and philosophies about what we're trying to achieve. And I think that's, in some cases, why you're seeing some of the different positions of some of the African countries. You talked about South Africa, where there's a real view that the framework and rules are sometimes set up in ways that disadvantage certain kinds of countries, and there's a need to re-examine that. Because as we go forward into the digital age, we have to ensure that these principles, these trade policies are benefiting people, are benefiting communities. And it's very much, when we think about IPR in some of the institutions, how is this going to benefit people? How is this going to benefit society? How is this going to improve trade that will support people's livelihood?
It's the ultimate goal of trade eventually. Any more questions from the room? Yeah, please.
Thank you. My question is, how do you think Ukraine crisis will impact on your work, on your researches, or if it's already impacting on your research and your work?
What is the subject?
Ukraine crisis.
Okay.
Thank you.
The Ukraine crisis. Okay.
You have another question, do you want to?
We have another one?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Hi, Bernard Hoekman, I'm at the EUI. I wanted to follow up on what you were saying in terms of the African Continental Free Trade Area deliberation. So we have this problem in Geneva, right, which is well known. To what extent do you see some of the major countries in Africa actually thinking about a different approach that will be implemented in the continental type of initiative? So one of the things that always kind of strikes me, and I don't know the answer to it, is it simply uncertainty and it's all tactical in Geneva, or are there really fundamental issues that South Africa, Nigeria, whatever, have a different view of, right? So do you see that debate? Are there proposals in the African context that really move in a different direction for what we're seeing being discussed in these DPAs or in the e-commerce negotiations in Geneva?
Maybe we want to start with this, and then in the meantime, if anyone
go start with the second question first. Okay, yes, all right, fine. It's a very interesting question and observation. Yes, there is a view of some countries and some institutions within the countries that there needs to be a different frame to some of the economic discussion. So, of course, one of the big ones, and it's very controversial, is the issue of data and data sovereignty. And many African countries have taken the position that government data, citizen data, sometimes even broader, should remain within the country. And there's, of course, a reason for that. Some of that is historical. Some of that is the view that it is being used in a way that is disadvantaged to the country. I'm not saying I necessarily agree, but there is, as you've identified and highlighted, a need to have a better discussion and to have a broader discussion that there needs to be a different way of utilizing resources. Of course, historically across the continent, it's been a matter of extracting resources, having that refined and developed overseas or outside the continent, and then finished products coming back. And in some sense, that's exactly what is happening with data, right? So there is a need to address that. And there are those conversations. But a lot more needs to be done. And quite honestly, that needs to be brought to the global tables and discussions and forums, because that's where it needs to get solved.
Thanks. Anyone else also on this point or on the Ukraine crisis?
Yeah, I can comment on the Ukrainian crisis. This is indeed affecting our work right now, rather from an observation point of view. And maybe I used the opportunity to say that the OECD has taken a very explicit stance of condemning the aggression of Russia against the Ukraine. When it comes to the digital space, we are following a number of aspects. So one is the increased potential for cyber attacks. This is something we are examining. Second, there is indeed a notion of an increased risk of fragmentation now of the digital spaces around the concept of security, national security. So that would go in a direction, Martina, of something you said before of different approaches to regulation, but now with a somewhat different dimension than what we had seen in the past. We are also following what is going to happen in the e-commerce space, where we see noises coming from the private sector that with this sequence of crisis, Brexit, COVID-19, and now Ukraine, the level of uncertainty in the logistics chains notably has affected the capacity of the sector to deliver, to ensure timely delivery and sometimes delivery, and that this is affecting the demand potentially for e-commerce in the medium term or long term future. So that's something we are looking into to see whether this is currently just a concern or whether this is going to be a trend.
Thanks. And when it comes to the Ukraine crisis, we have seen how in times of national security emergency, it's very easy for countries to start restricting digital services. We have seen it, of course, in Russia and in Ukraine, but also in Europe. Like Estonia has banned Yandex, and several Russian media have been banned. So we have seen it all over the place, how easy it can be to implement restrictions. And it is not very clear which of those are really justifiable under national security threats. Well, with this, we have to conclude because we have come to an end. I wanted to thank our panelists for joining us, and I want to thank the audience for your questions. And I invite you to tune in for the next panels of the State of the Union. We have just started, and we have several other panels on digital this year, so I encourage you to join those, and I wish you all a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you.
It is an age of challenges. It is an age of crises. Technology, climate change, migration, justice, democracy, and so much more. The State of the Union is the EU's annual policy conference, and this year it is asking a hard-hitting question. Is Europe fit for the next generation? And no location is more fitting for this inquiry than the Badia Fiesolana in the hills of Florence. It has been the headquarters of the European University Institute since 1972, but the Badia has also been a holy site for almost 2,000 years. The story of the Badia is related to the story of a very unusual monastery. Look no further than to its architecture for clues. Like many monasteries, it had an inner cloister, which represents the Garden of Eden, complete with a tree of knowledge. However, unlike other monasteries, the the cloister is not closed off. Instead, it opens up to a terrace, a loggia, typically found in villas. This balcony, overlooking Florence, sent a clear message by design. The knowledge within these walls must reach the world. It is also a sign of how the Badia is inextricably linked to Florence. It is here that in the 15th century, a family of bankers, the Medici, rose to power. Their patronage of art and culture spurred the Renaissance, the cultural revolution that first put humankind at the center of the world. And nothing sums up the spirit of the Renaissance more than this inscription: De victa montis natura, man has conquered the sharp mountain. A way to say that humankind was shaping the landscape according to their own ideas. For Renaissance humanists, this meant striking a respectful balance. The plaque celebrates Cosimo the Elder of the Medici family. It was Cosimo who turned the Badia Fiesolana into a hub of Neoplatonic culture. Its impressive library fueled the rediscovery of the classics and broke the barrier between secular and religious texts. It attracted scholars from all over the world, much like it does today. And just like our scholars, monks and secular intellectuals would be seen here, walking together and discussing the ideas of their time. With the Habsburg dynasty taking over Tuscany in the 18th century, the influence of the Medici family faded. However, the location's love for knowledge lived on. In the 18th century, the Badia was home to the Academy of the Georgophili, Europe's first institute for the promotion of agronomy as a science, a sign of the revolutions of the time. Once again, the Badia became a symbol of man's dominion over nature. However, its peaceful location did not shield it from controversy. Perched between Florence and Fiesole, the Badia was between two powerful sparring municipalities. And trouble didn't end here. Let's have a look at the refectory, a few feet away from the cloister. This 1629 fresco by Giovanni di San Giovanni shows angels feeding Jesus after his fast in the desert. Over here, other angels pelt the devil with stones. And at the center, Jesus, dressed as a monk as he blesses the wine and bread, just like priests do in Catholic Mass. Now, this might seem pretty innocent, but in reality, it points to a key theological difference between Catholics and Protestants, and one that led to many wars in Europe between the 16th and 17th century. And there's more. It was citizens, the powerful Medici, that made sure the Badia church was fully rebuilt according to the time's architectural trends. It is now a splendid Renaissance church with its simple lines and luminous altar. The Badia survived many more of history's darkest moments and is still loyal to its pursuit of knowledge for the betterment of the world. The second day of the State of the Union takes place in Palazzo Vecchio, a symbol of civic power in the heart of Florence. Once again, the worlds of politics, academia, civil society and business meet here to debate our common future. At the 2022 State of the Union, we are no longer asking if humankind can conquer nature. Rather, we are asking, can humankind conquer the crises it has created? In other words, is Europe fit for the next generation?
and welcome to the 2022 edition of the State of the Union, organized by the European University Institute here in Florence. My name is Ellen Immergut. I'm head of the Political Science Department and professor of political science. I should have said the Department of Political and Social Sciences. I'm delighted to introduce the panel, Social Justice in Post-Pandemic Europe. Joining us for today's discussion are Heather Grabe, Director, Open Society European Policy Institute, Anton Hemmerich, Director of Research and Professor in the Department of Political and Social Sciences at EUI, and Dietlind Stolle, Professor at McGill University and Fernand Braudel Fellow at EUI. For those of you participating via the digital platform, please submit your questions for the speakers in the Q&A tab. Last but not least, please tweet about the panel using the hashtag SOU 2022. Our panel looks at European solidarity after a major health crisis and during a major war in the midst of Europe. We ask whether European solidarity is resilient facing such crises of different natures. Let's start with a look at how solidarity has changed over the past year. Anton, what does your latest EUI YouGov SOU poll show?
Okay, thanks Ellen. In 2018, my colleague Philip Genschel and I started the wonderful collaboration with YouGov, always with the help of researchers. And this year, this was Louis Rousseau. The initial idea of the EUI YouGov survey on European solidarity, now running for 5 years, back then was that in the wake of the sovereign debt crisis, the refugee crisis, and Brexit, European solidarity was in high demand but short supply. Theoretically, we conceptualize European solidarity by issue, that is to say, solidarity for what? By member states, solidarity by whom and for whom, and by instrument, solidarity how. We were interested in what combinations of EU solidarity manifest themselves and can be made politically relevant, legitimate, and effective. For the survey, we started with 11 countries. Today we cover 16 member states and the UK, now a non-EU member. And we track about 23,000 respondents. This year, the survey took place in April. Not so surprisingly, back in 2018 and 2019, we found that member states with deep fiscal pockets were least likely to support solidarity on public debt and unemployment. These predicaments were thought of as largely endogenous, as not deserving cross-border fiscal solidarity, as part and parcel of member states' own responsibilities. Although this sentiment has remained strong over the span of the survey, progressively there are signs of greater support for issue solidarity. Except for unemployment and debt, EU solidarity increased across the board. Telling is a significant rise in support for refugees, which surely reflect the Russian invasion into the Ukraine. Particularly interesting is that key member states, for instance Germany, in comparison to the smaller state frugals, today show much greater support for EU solidarity than half a decade ago. Another important hypothesis of the early days, we asked that if and when the imaginary Rubicon was crossed in favor of tangible European solidarity, whether citizens prefer solidarity to be instrumentalized by EU institutions or, more singularly, by member states or via bilateral and trilateral agreements. Since the onslaught of the COVID-19 pandemic, the evidence clearly confirms that EU citizens want EU institutions to be in the driver's seat of crisis management. The strong 22 figure can be read as representing popular support for the EU-led New Generation EU Recovery and Resilience Facility instrument. So overall, the 22 rendition of the survey today reveals stronger support for EU solidarity than a year ago and much stronger than 5 years ago. Turning to the present, one could of course conjecture that the 22 2 solidarity hike is strongly related to the Russian invasion into the Ukraine. If we go deeper into issues that matter most to European publics, war, however, is not in the limelight. Perhaps it should. Prices and energy are big time, which of course is not unrelated to Putin's aggression. Dietlind will probably say more about this. Delving now deeper into the character of European solidarity, solidarity is positively correlated with, unsurprisingly, trust in EU institutions. Solidarity represents a willingness to share risks and resources against adversity, for which you need reliable institutional structures. Is it far-fetched to see the combination of trust and solidarity as indicating an expression of attachment to community building towards something of a European polity, even though the EU does not have, a fully fledged, well-defined demos? Question mark. Now turning to the substantive question of, what kind of Europe do European publics aspire to live in? As in the last year's survey, the market Europe of the single market and EMU is overall less popular than a social Europe and a global Europe. Most Europeans prefer a social model for Europe that privileges equivalent and adequate living standards and social protection. Overall, the more fairness-oriented citizens are also the more EU-oriented citizens. This evidences political capital for the EU to forward its social agenda, on which the von der Leyen Commission is far more assertive than the Barroso administration was in the wake of the Great Recession, when solidarity was in very high demand but slim supply. It could, of course, be argued that a social Europe is a bit of a free lunch. Who is against being social? Not really. Many citizens from Spain to Sweden, from Greece and the Netherlands, today say that they are willing to pay higher taxes for improved welfare provision. There does appear to be a cleavage between Southeastern Europe and Northwestern Europe, with global Europe being popular in the Northwest and a social and to a lesser extent also a market Europe being more appreciated in the Southeast. This is perhaps consistent with the view that wealthier Northwesterners have a post-materialist conception of the EU, grounded in political values of human rights, global peace, climate mitigation, and social mobility, whereas the Southeast projects on the EU more the expectations of economic security and prosperity, which also reflects levels of economic and institutional development. So what's the overall take from the 2022 EUI YouGov survey on European solidarity at our 5th anniversary? We started back in 2018 with the observation that European solidarity was in high demand but short supply. The EU has matured on the fly of the Eurozone crisis, Brexit, the COVID pandemic, the resurgence of inflation, and now Putin's war and related energy supply problems. Through the grapevine, I believe we're observing the growing pains of a political union with social fairness as a core anchor of its project. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Anton. And now we turn to Dietlind. From the news, we know that Western democracies seem to stand united on supporting Ukraine in the fight against Russia's invasion. How do people in European countries in the EUI YouGov's SOU poll interpret the war in Ukraine, and how do they see the relationship to Russia being affected?
Yes, that's a very interesting question. And first of all, I want to thank again YouGov for this fantastic collaboration with this poll with the 15 European Union countries and the UK. And so I'm reporting exactly from the same poll that Anton just mentioned, and it was just recently collected in April. So it's really fresh off the press, so to say. So in our question here on the war in Ukraine, we asked the European public what they thought, who is responsible for the situation in the Ukraine. We ask whether it is NATO or more Russia related, and there is a really strong response here. 74% of our people in our survey in these 16 countries think it's mostly Russia's responsibility. That is particularly true for Scandinavia, for the UK, for Poland, and the Netherlands, where people over 80% agree with this evaluation. At the same time, if you really look closely in this figure here, we also see some dissenting views. Greece, Bulgaria, and Slovakia. Here, the majority of people believe that it's NATO's fault, or Russia and NATO equally. We will see that this pattern that we see on this slide repeats itself when we ask other questions about this war, and I will be mostly talking about the war in Ukraine. So the point is, when we ask people, there is a little bit more differentiation between the public in Europe than we maybe see as a political response right now that is much more uniform, although there are also differences, of course. In the second question, we ask more directly what people thought about the relationship to Russia, okay? So it seems that most Europeans right now are pretty tired of diplomacy and trade with Russia. Okay, so they want to invest much more into defense and security with Russia. Again, the same group of countries are leading the pack here. We see people in Poland agreeing most to this, followed by Scandinavia, particularly Sweden and Finland, the UK, and others expressing the need for thinking about Russia more in terms of security and defense, logically. Of course, however, a large majority, again in Bulgaria, Greece, and Slovakia and Hungary, believe that they prefer to deal with Russia more in terms of diplomacy and trade, so showing a rift within the European Union public. And a final piece of evidence here on this question, Ellen, this time integrating survey data from the last 2 years, so showing you 3 years on the same questions on how the European public thinks about defense. The new approach to Russia as being more about defense and security, as you can see, is one of the major changes. It is represented here in the red line, whereas even last year, only 33% of people from the same set of countries, here not exactly all of the countries in this year were included in the previous years, agreed to focus on security and defense with Russia. This percentage has now increased to nearly 60%. Okay, in the blue line, we also see some change. We also see a move in the importance of NATO. Maybe not as drastically as we would have guessed, but that has to do with the fact that the support for NATO is already very high. It cannot really go much, much higher. But we see a 9-point increase compared to the year 2020 in the importance of NATO. The yellow line tells you a rise in the number of people who say that there is too little defense spending. This rise is only 6 points, so it's not as high as some of the other changes that we see. And the overall support for increasing defense spending, which is very interesting here, given the high support for NATO, right? There is this kind of discrepancy here, is pretty low, right? It is only around 30-something%. And finally, the green line tells you about the longing for what doesn't exist yet, a European army. This support in the European public is fairly high, around 66%, and hasn't really changed. So that much about this question, Ellen.
Okay, thanks. Now, as a follow-up, do we know how European countries differ in how they prefer to assist Ukraine?
Oh yeah, so our survey ask exactly these kinds of questions. We ask how people in Europe envision their aid or their help for Ukraine. We ask about refugees, economic support, weapons support, and the eventual membership of Ukraine in the European Union. And here we do find some important differences depending on what we are asking about. So the red dots here represent the average of all the 16 European countries in our survey. And we see that there's overwhelming support for humanitarian aid that people want to give Ukraine. 90% agree of all people in our sample. We do see overwhelming support for accepting refugees from Ukraine. 86% agree, and even refugees entering the European country's labor market. We see 79% there agree. It seems most difficult for Europeans, if we go to the bottom rows, most difficult to envision, of course, sending troops to join the war in Ukraine in a NATO operation. Still, 38% of the European public supports this. Similarly, less than the majority of Europeans is ready to accept, and this is very important for our strategy, or for the European strategy right now, to accept higher energy costs due to the sanctions imposed by Russia. It's less than the majority. 48% accept higher energy costs as a result. Though fast-tracking European Union membership of Ukraine receives relatively high support, around 60%. The no-fly zone, although here I have to specify that we didn't explain what the no-fly zone implies, receives relatively high support with 63%, and sending weapons to Ukraine, 66%. So it depends on what kind of aid we are asking about. Humanitarian aid, refugees, high. Military responses and accepting higher energy prices, rather low. Now, I pulled out for you some example countries here, how they react. So first I pulled out Italy because we are in Italy to understand. So the blue dots here represents Italy, and we see that Italy normally goes below the European average of our survey on most of these questions. So Italy is not most committed to aid in Ukraine if we compare it to the other European countries in our sample. I also pulled out Germany, and it is more within the European average. But if you look directly at the blue dots, you can see that Germans are more hesitant about any kind of military operations or military help. They're also because of given policies in Germany, of course. And right now we see that heavy weapons deliveries is very much discussed in the German context and problematized. The next country I pull out here is Poland. Poland is really an important ally of Ukraine in this war. On most of the questions, the Poles scoring very high, and we know that they are also very helpful with receiving refugees, although this actually is the only issue here that Poles are much more divided about. But in general, the support for Ukraine is extremely high on the side of Poland. And finally, I pull out here Bulgaria for you as an example, together with Greece and Slovakia, scoring always on the lowest side on support for Ukraine. Although there are also protests in Bulgaria and in some of these countries, and the governments have decided for help to some degree, the people here are much more hesitant about help. And of course we can discuss why this is the case. These countries have been traditionally Russian allies. They share in part some religious ties, some of them. They have much more limited freedom of the press, which is very important with regard to disinformation. And potentially, they also feel geographically not as drawn into the conflict as some of the other countries, such as Poland and the Balkan countries, and Lithuania in our survey is also a very important ally. All I want to say here is that this issue of the war could potentially rise in some European countries as a new polarizing issues in the European public, although we do see more support on the side for Ukraine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dietland. Now I turn to Heather. How has the war changed the outlook for a just energy transition in Europe?
Well, this issue of energy prices is especially important because, for several reasons. The issue of energy prices is important because it's hitting most people across society, whatever their level of income. So there's a question of solidarity across countries as well as within societies. But also because the current energy price shock is going to be followed in the next years by a good deal of more shocks. So the way that governments are responding now and the kinds of measures and policy responses they put in place are very important in signaling to the public what they should expect and what kind of state solidarity and state support they should expect. Both because the prices of energy are unlikely to come down soon. There's the initial shock, but there's going to be continued price changes, but also because energy prices need to be higher to send accurate price signals to the public, and not just in Europe, but globally, about overuse of energy, lack of energy efficiency, and frankly, the need to decarbonize our economies and move to both new energy sources from renewables, but also, and therefore change a lot of the infrastructure for mobility, for heating, and other uses of energy, but also because we're entering now a decades-long transition to a very different kind of economy that will be needed to deal with the further shocks that are going to come from more wildfires, from more flooding, and other effects of climate change that we're going to be feeling here in Europe. There tends to be an assumption that these are far in the future, this is a problem for our children and grandchildren, but in fact now the science is showing that we will be feeling those shocks much sooner. Plus, of course, the rise in commodities and food prices that have come from the Russian invasion of Ukraine are being felt in other regions where conflict is unfortunately likely to result, and that will be having effects on Europe as well. So I think there are two really big issues to do with solidarity where governments need to move from a short-term, let's just deal with the immediate problem by having fuel subsidies, let's try and keep fossil fuels from other sources. This isn't going to work when there are much longer term issues at stake, both in terms of the social impact of shocks, and of course the people suffering now from higher energy prices are often those who were left behind in previous transitions, notably globalization. So governments need to be sending much more consistent signals about a new social contract to manage the costs of adjustment to a very different kind of economy, one that can hold over several decades and many changes of government. So we need some long-term thinking. There's precious little of that at the moment. But also solidarity across Europe, between European countries, something that we've discussed a lot since 2008, but where there has been no real landing point. There hasn't really been the issues about Stability and Growth Pact, about fiscal federalism, about solidarity across Europe. This is still in flux, and it's still very ad hoc and dependent on decisions of one European Council and the next. So both within countries, the need for a new social contract, but across Europe, an idea about how to manage the transition to a climate neutral economy. This is still not really there. The European Green Deal has provided part of it, but political leaders at national and at city level really now need to take it up.
I think you answered some things that were coming in my next question, so let me just ask you about your project on the fair energy transition. Perhaps you'd like to say something about that.
Yes, I don't have slides to show you, but we've done a couple of very interesting projects. One is on what kinds of climate measures European citizens are prepared to accept, and in fact the findings are very much in line with what Anton and Dietland have presented. People support the idea of climate action, they're keen on that, and they're keen on the idea of solidarity. But once you dig down into what does a social Europe mean, what exactly are you prepared to support, things start to break down, because people are aware of the fact that their options are quite limited in terms of alternatives, for example, to using fossil fuel-driven transport. The infrastructure is not there in many cases, and they are very concerned that new taxes and price increases should not simply fall on them. This, remember, was the origin of the Gilets jaunes protests, but that there should be alternatives in place by governments. So there really needs to be that. And the Fair Energy for Transition for All project that we're doing with the King Baudouin Foundation and European Policy Centre shows that the poorest and most vulnerable people in European society really lack infrastructure to increase energy efficiency in their homes. They need to have renewables in their neighbourhoods. They need low energy public transport provided. So these kinds of large-scale investments, which the European Union has sought to coordinate, but there really needs to be much clearer and more consistent signalling, especially to the poorest and most vulnerable in the population, that this is going to be provided, that there is going to be a plan for this. Otherwise, they are lacking resilience to the current energy price hikes, and also they're lacking resilience for energy security in the long term. And in fact, what we see is subsidies at the petrol pump and on gas bills tend to help the better off rather than the poorest. So there are real issues about solidarity in practice as well as about long-term planning.
Okay, thank you. Now, Anton, how have welfare states come through these recent challenges, and how sustainable will be their efforts to weather the series of shocks we need to overcome?
Big question. I mean, just looking back on the Great Recession in particular, I would say welfare state did, a wonderful job. I mean, they buffered the population, they buffered households, so they did exactly what Keynes and Beveridge, told them to do in the 1930s and 40s. I think that's, and the comparison with the US is actually very interesting, because most European countries were able to sustain quite high levels of employment, also due to the furlough schemes that were used in response to the COVID crisis. Whereas in the US, you see this great resignation, people dropping out from the labor market after COVID. And if you make a comparison within Europe, then by and large, it's the more inclusive welfare state of the North, let's say, together with their dual earner family model, services, early childhood education and care, lifelong education that did sort of, much better than the rest. And they went back to levels of, economic growth and employment from before the Great Recession. So the welfare state did a wonderful job. Then on the back burner, later in the sequence, the EU became more assertive, as I just outlined, also with the Resilience and Recovery Facility. But that came late, because at the beginning of the Great Recession, the Barroso administration, they still had this idea that welfare is really about a trade-off between equity and efficiency. And there was a famous speech by Angela Merkel that said, we have 7% of the world population, 25% of the world GDP, that's not bad, but we spend 50% of the world's social protection, and therefore we are not competitive. And this was very much the sentiment in the Great Recession, but I think we've now learned that the welfare state is an asset. So 2 cheers for the welfare state, 1 for the EU.
Okay, thank you. Heather, let me come back to you then. What is your policy recommendation for promoting climate change in a just way in face of the upheaval in the energy markets and security issues?
Well, we've really got to look at 2 rather different areas of research. One is regarding the extrinsic motivations, the kind of incentive structures and price signals that people need to receive in order to both, and I'm talking about people at large, so public institutions, private companies, as well as individual citizens, about what kind of economic activity is sustainable and what is not. At the moment, our price signals don't reflect the impact on nature. Nature is taken as a free good, even though in fact it's under massive pressure and we're close to collapse of certain parts of the ecosystem. So there needs to be a change in terms of the everyday price signals and incentive structures that people face for economic activity, and that should then drive both public and private investment in quite different ways from where it's currently driven. But then there's also the intrinsic motivations that people face. There are very interesting very interesting research now on how much individual behavioral change and household behavioral change would actually change both emissions, but also the resource use, which Europe is very much responsible for. Here in Europe, we do massive overconsumption of virgin resources because there's not enough reuse and recycling, and particularly reuse and investment in sustainable products. And in fact, households and individuals are prepared to do a great deal more if they are given the wherewithal to do it. So that's in both the signalling, but also the kind of infrastructure I was talking about, but also their intrinsic motivations of wanting their children to have a habitable world, to avoid conflict which spills over also into Europe, and to make a contribution to this transition. A lot of public opinion research shows that people are willing to do a lot, but what they don't want, and I think this is quite understandable, is the burden of the transition to fall primarily on households, which is what we saw with austerity to a large extent, and definitely we saw with globalization. So this question of how to be a good ancestor, of intergenerational fairness, of our generations ensuring a habitable earth for future generations, this is a strong motivator, and the idea that policy needs to protect the rights of future generations and future citizens is becoming mainstream. We saw it in the Bundesverfassungsgericht, the German Constitutional Court decision last year. We've seen it also in governments like Portugal taking up intergenerational fairness as a principle for policy making. But to do that, to build solidarity between generations as well as between countries and within society, really needs longer term investments, because you have to see that the future of your own family is at stake in order to motivate big changes. But you also need to see that elites are on board. And I'll just finish with this key point. We've seen massive rise in anti-elite sentiment in Europe in the past 10 years. Radical right populism has risen as a phenomenon which basically blames elites and claims that elites are not working in the interests of the people. And that was turbocharged after 2008. But most of the anti-elite movements do not offer any kind of agenda to foster solidarity within communities as an alternative to the elites they're blaming. I would blame elites for a lot of things that have happened over the past 20 years as well. But we need to think of a way forward beyond blame. And I think the biggest problem we face with the climate transition is that, unlike globalization, where it was these kind of vague market forces, people might blame the IMF to an extent, blame their national government, it was quite difficult to pin the blame for the impact of globalization on anybody in particular. Whereas with the climate transition, there's a very clear figure of blame, and that's Frans Timmermans. You know, it will be very easy to blame the European Union for changes where people don't feel they have buffers, they don't have a social safety net, they don't feel that they have a solidarity mechanism to help them when major changes in the economy are coming about. So if the European Union wishes to avoid being the primary figure of anti-elite sentiment and the main focus of populists moving towards a green wedge to replace the migration wedge, then the European Union has to get, and by that I don't just mean the Commission and the institutions, but also the member states, have really got to get their act together and present a very clear message of solidarity and a plan, not just messaging, but also for the European Green Deal to develop its social dimension and its international dimension, in addition to the policy measures, which are very necessary, but which are not themselves going to draw support from the public over a couple of decades without the social dimension as well. And I think that's what Europe needs to invest in now.
Okay. Thank you, Heather. Now, let me turn for our final intervention to Dietlind. What does this all mean for democracy? Will we see more authoritarian backsliding or a renewal of the 1990s commitment to democracy?
Yes, so indeed, I think crises always have the potential to foster what we call executive aggrandizement. So that is the undemocratic expansion of executive power. That is kind of slowly happening, not as visible, but slowly happening in the background, which goes hand in hand with fewer checks and balances and less legislative approval. And we have certainly seen this in the pandemic, in this crisis where executives all over the world, but also in Europe, where governments have muted in part their parliaments by going into emergency mode. They try to make budgets without the parliament sometimes, and they stripped certain decisions from parliamentary oversight. So wars can have a similar effect. Right? When people are unstable and they seek stability and they seek strong governments, that's when it usually happens that people rally around the flag and they give government a free ticket to make decisions, and that's when democracy is under threat. So when the war, or if the war by Russia intensifies and draws in European countries even more, that could certainly be an option. So there is some danger there that democracy in Europe is under threat. On the other hand, the war in Russia also has countervailing effects, as it makes crystal clear where autocracies might be headed. And seeing this in action with the example of Russia might mobilize more defenses for democracy now. The closeness of some populist radical left and right parties to Russia and at the same time their undemocratic tendencies will also be discredited now by the war, and we see already some sort of distancing of some parties from Russia. So that might open up a little bit more support for democracy and somewhat more awareness how easily democracy can be threatened. So there are countervailing tendencies here. But I also want to show a last slide where we turned around this question a little bit and ask whether democracy support in each country and for each person might have anything to do with the aid in Ukraine. And we do see, this is social science data, it's messy, but we do see on the left side a slight tendency that the help to Ukraine is a little bit higher in countries where there is less support for executive aggrandizement, where there is more support, so to say, for democracy. But that's a very small, it's a 10-point difference, it's not very big. On the right side, we look at individuals that support executive aggrandizement more, and we see these individuals in European countries also don't show or don't support the aid to Ukraine. So there is some sort of relationship here between democracy and the support for Ukraine in the war. But whether democracy is threatened as a whole or whether it gets actually a more motivating momentum out of this situation and crisis remains to be seen on how the war unfolds.
Okay, thank you. Now we are going to turn to our Q&A, and I've been asked to first take questions from the online group, as they were not able to sit here with us together. The first question is, what do your survey results mean for the future of European integration? So I don't know which person would like to take that.
I can start. I mean, first of all, I have to say we have a battery of data that we still need to delve deeper into because, the results just came in. I think, going back to what I said earlier, when Philip and I started, we were actually quite disappointed by the survey results in the sense that, yes, indeed, European solidarity is in high demand, but very short supply. Where is it coming from? Will it ever come? And so from that perspective, we would never have expected, fiscal solidarity to become an option. And it is now, although it's temporary. And looking together with Louis at the data all day yesterday, I mean, I think there is quite some good news there that this support for solidarity has gone up across the board by issue, less so on the things you expect, debt and unemployment, but more so on climate and what have you. Now we have to look into the micro foundations in terms of education and different countries' positioning, etc. But I think, what the story says, and it's difficult to look into the future, is that European solidarity is being built. But the bad news is it's being built on the back of crises.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think this is really fundamental, that Europe has had such a series of crises. There are some people who call it the perma-crisis that Europe faces, and it's not necessarily the best circumstances for taking decisions. It means decisions get made, it's much harder to kick the can down the road, and some major steps forward have been taken, and particularly the way that the fiscal federalism that was absent after 2008 has arrived now with the resilience and recovery funds, and there are now arguments to try to make that a permanent mechanism, and in addition to the EU budget, which would be a big step forward for European integration. But I'll just mention two other areas of European integration which we haven't, are kind of just emerging as yet. But you start to see that people are perceiving them. One is the way that the digital and the green agendas are really changing people's perceptions about the protective Europe, as you put it in your survey, Anton. Protective Europe is not only one that provides money in the cases of that, but also the kind of regulation which protects individuals, digital rights, and of course also from the effects of, for example, climate change. But what's interesting about both the digital and the green agendas of the EU is that protective Europe function is not only for European citizens, it's also setting global protective regulations. So if you look at the Digital Markets Act, the Digital Services Act that just came out, those are setting the standards for protecting people online everywhere. We saw that already with GDPR when it came in, but this goes much further. It's setting standards that will apply because large companies, through the Brussels effect, it doesn't make sense to have a different way of treating European digital users from those elsewhere. It's having that protective function, and that's very clear in what the Commission's put forward, also in the language from the Parliament. The idea is that this sets standards for everyone. And similarly with the green agenda, the whole idea is this needs to be a global Green Deal, not only a European Green Deal, because there is only one climate. You can't only tackle climate change on one continent. So that sort of normative role of the EU in European integration is important, because it's something where it's not just the foreign and security policy which determines the EU's role in the world, it's also the regulatory power of the EU.
Now, Dietland wanted to come in on this, but let me just ask you one quick question out of left field. Do we need a European Charter of Climate Rights?
Well, there's also the question about European Charter of Digital Rights and so on. Fundamentally, we have very powerful definitions of rights through the UN and also through the Charter of Fundamental Rights in the EU. What we see now is a change of circumstances in which those rights are applied. So it's, right to privacy. Obviously, in the digital field, that has a very different resonance and different set of requirements. Also, the right to family life, and of course, the right to life itself. When it comes to climate change, the right to having a habitable place where you can live. Will, for example, parts of the EU itself, in Cyprus, which is suffering water shortages, Spain, which will be suffering water shortages, they take on a quite different resonance. So I would argue for some of these rights simply to be to have more of an interpretation and secondary legislation, thinking about how they apply through EU policies, rather than a new and separate set of rights.
Okay, thanks. Dietland?
Yeah, just quickly on this question, I see two different tendencies. On one hand, we see a strengthening of Europe in the sense that Europe becomes a protector in terms of defense and military protection, although NATO is still favored when we compare it to any European solution. I should also point that out. But we also see the importance with Ukraine's strong bid to become a European Union member and its real desperate attempt to be part of this European Union will give other European Union countries a momentum to intensify integration. On the other hand, I think this polarization based on the war that I pointed out earlier, it remains to be seen, particularly when energy prices rise and when European publics are really being squeezed economically. We will see much more tensions about it, much more doubts about the European approach. So this polarization that we see remains to be observed, and we will see whether it might have a negative effect overall on integration.
There's another question that has come in from the remote participants. You mentioned that the European welfare states did much better than the US welfare state in terms of COVID-19. Do we see this also in terms of different levels of solidarity between the EU and US? So I don't know if somebody would like to take that.
Yeah, I must say I don't understand the last part of the question. Is it about solidarity in the US compared to the EU, or is it solidarity between these two continents? I mean, I'm struck by the following observation already for a very long time. When you go back to the 1990s, the highest levels of employment was in Sweden and the US. And then, came all the rest of the OECD countries. Today, and in the middle was, let's say, France. The US has moved to France with much lower levels of employment. Most of Europe goes in the direction of Sweden. And I was thinking, how can you explain this? What is this sort of, active labor market policy drive in the EU and not in the US? And my kind of sort of halfway conclusion is the following. In Europe, we are spending a lot on pensions, and pensions are very popular with European publics. So if you want to save pensions, you have to invest in the next generation. Now, if you look at the public commitment to Medicaid and Medicare in the US, it's very limited. So the understanding that good family policy raises employment levels so that you can sustain your pension, that is not in the mindset of the US. And I was really struck when Biden came to power that he had these two packages, one on infrastructure, and there was an agreement on that to go that route. And then the second was family policy, I mean, in a way, the social infrastructure. But it was not seen as infrastructure. And that's because there is no public commitment to Medicaid and Medicare of the size of Europe that incentivizes politicians to take it seriously.
Thank you. Now, one person I neglected to introduce, so I will do this now, is Milan Tis, our content coordinator, who's a doctoral researcher at EUI. I think he's not on camera, but the people in the room can see him working hard here on the side. And he tells me now that I can take questions from the room. So if anyone would like to. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. This is just a quick question to Professor Stolle. I noticed you had the United Kingdom in your data sample, and I was just curious as to whether there was any significant divergence between attitudes to the Ukraine situation from EU and non-EU member states. Thanks.
So I have not pulled out the United Kingdom here for you to look at. I pulled out 4 different countries and not the United Kingdom. But in our analysis of the data, it becomes extremely clear that the United Kingdom is one of the forerunners on the support for Ukraine on all of the questions. It is not just a forerunner in terms of what the government does with extremely high military support. Just right after the US and Estonia, actually, comes the UK in terms of military support for Ukraine. But it's also that the people support it, fully support it. The majority. I mean, there's always people who don't agree. But also on the other questions, on taking refugees, on allowing refugees in the labor market, and on... excuse me? On the membership of the European Union, I don't know the top of my head, but actually that's a good question. I actually cannot answer, but I think it's more on the lower end there as an exceptional answer, which is a good point. It would be consistent with the decisions anyway. But on most other questions, it is on the higher end, together with Poland and Scandinavia. Thanks for the question.
Okay. Any other questions? Yeah, here.
Thank you very much. It's very inspiring being in the heart of Europe and discussing about the question of social justice. My name is Gashehe. I coordinate Madare Social Justice Center. In the afternoon, we have a topic about justice in geopolitical world, and that's why I'm here. It's a very powerful topic about the Europe fit for the next generation. The first interaction of Europe and Africa was not very good. It tailored with the human rights violation, and a lot of horrible things happened between Africa and Europe. And I'm very happy. I wish, and I hope online young generation from Europe are listening on this topic as we lay new foundation. And the framing of social justice in post-pandemic Europe is what inspires me, because if this is the foundation of the Europe as we move from the future, in this heart of Italy, Florence, where the European Union architecture was crafted, will be very great. Any person can answer this question from the panel. Does it mean now the imposing of free market solution to Africa, even to Europe here, where, because we're talking about welfare state that made Europe to emerge the way it has emerged. And now we have COVID crisis, and this has been made more worse because of the policies an economic model that has been implemented in the last 30 years. And it has affected a lot of global South countries. Is it now, we can say, the model of economy that was imposed to us in the last 30 years was wrong? And now we start thinking of social justice, and everybody starts saying, how can we live within our means and stop exploiting each other, and then start asking ourselves, how do we live in a better world and a question of energy that we limit ourselves and say it's not possible for Africa to develop the way Europe developed through industrialization, and look for other means of development. It's not possible for Africa to develop the way China is developing. This question is very important, and because this Labor Day, why is it very important? My president was very angry. He was very angry because there's a lot of protest in Nairobi about high cost of fuel and crisis of food, skyrocketing food. And what he said, I finish, what he said it is not his problem that there is a problem of food crisis and water and everything. It's because of the war in Ukraine and Russia. See how we are connected.
Okay, let's turn to Heather for an answer to this.
There's a really important set of changes coming in the relationship between the EU and Africa over the next couple of decades, both because of the way that climate change is already affecting Africa and we have terrible drought now in the Horn of Africa, but also the likelihood of more conflicts, which will have implications also for Europe. Then there's demographic change in Africa itself, with still huge population growth as European populations are aging, but also because of the need for vast collective action to stop climate change and to manage both the emissions decarbonization agenda, but also the adaptation needs, which are huge and haven't been met. We saw at COP26 in Glasgow last year still really woeful level of talk but no action from the global north on these issues. But what I think there is right now is actually a really major opportunity for the European Union to define its relationship with Africa really very differently from that in previous decades. I think there are three ways in which it can really change for the better. One way is simply taking Africa seriously. We saw most recently at the EU-AU summit something of a change of tone, and the need particularly to see African leaders as partners in managing climate change, but also in managing a lot of issues to do with trade, for example. where so far, really trade relationships haven't changed to reflect the changing nature of economies that needs to happen for the climate transition. And by that, I mean in particular, this issue of moving to a renewables-based economy, where Africa has got resources to produce its power essentially entirely from renewables. So getting Africa out of fossil fuels rather than building new fossil fuel-powered power stations, for example, as the Belt and Road Initiative of China has been doing in Africa, would be important. But at the same time, there's a trap there, and this is the second area in which I think things are really going to change. The drive for decarbonization in the global north is likely to drive a mining boom globally in order to produce the raw materials to build all of the solar panels and the electric vehicles and the batteries and all the other technology that we need to have a renewables-based economy. There probably aren't enough resources in the Earth's crust to continue consuming at the rate that we have at the moment. So we need to get into much more efficient use of resources, but also into working with African countries on managing the effects of that. Because if you think about how many of the components in your iPhone come from raw materials that are mined in DRC, and in other conflict-prone zones with terrible human rights and labor violations, there needs to be a different basis of trade, which is not simply extractivism, which is very familiar from the colonial era, digging up other countries' raw materials, bringing them to Europe and building our beautiful, now green and clean cities out of them. That's a fundamental way in which it needs to change. But there's an opportunity now with, I think, the Green Deal developing an international dimension to have a very different kind of relationship, which isn't based on that kind of economic relationship, but also which has a different kind of international relations. But to do that requires some pretty major shifts in mindset, as well as in the institutional infrastructure for those relationships.
Great, thanks, Hera. I see one question from the audience, and we have to keep this short because I think we have about 3 more minutes left.
Okay, thank you. Jesse Scott from Agora Energiewende. Try to keep it short. Heather, gentleman from Kenya, I recently had a conversation with your energy minister about the opportunity to turn renewables in East Africa into production of green ammonia for fertilizers, which we need in Europe, which, by the way, you can burn in a gas power plant rather than Russian gas. The missing thing is finance from Europe to help that process, and there are lots of elements of that. When we talk about solidarity, we're going to need to do some redistribution within European cultures, but we're also going to take European money to help our neighbours provide what we need. Now, that question of taking European tax income and using it outside Europe, to European advantage, by the way, because there'll be European OEMs providing equipment. And let's be clear, China has said no more international coal financing, but lots of international renewables financing, so there's a global market competition. How are we going to tell that story? Any thoughts from the panel?
Okay, who would like to take this one? No?
It's a huge challenge, because we've seen how difficult it was to set up a fiscal fund just for richer European countries to help poorer European countries. Then to try and do that globally is more difficult. But remember that the EU is still the largest provider of development assistance in many forms. It still has a really big role in the international financial institutions, an oversized role, in fact, given our economic power these days. So I think there are plenty of things that Europe could do to, and by this I mean the European Union, but also these other countries that actually still are part of Europe, whether they like it or not, such as the UK. There's a great deal that could be done, in fact, to try to direct the capital in the right direction, both financing through grants, but also loans, and also directing it into, as you were saying, Jesse, these the new sectors, green hydrogen being a clear example of this, that really benefit Europe itself as well. But that requires some political leadership that we're not seeing at the moment, in terms of thinking about what kind of global economy we're going to need and how the European Union could foster that.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to all of us. Thank you for you online. Thank you very much for joining us. And we'll end the panel now. Please stay tuned for the next panels, which start at 12:15. In this room, the topic will be Transatlantic Perspectives on Democracy. So thanks again.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Veronica Angel, and I'm a Max Weber Fellow at the European University Institute in the Political Science Department. I am delighted to welcome you all today, as well as our audience online. And allow me to first introduce our panel and the rules of the game, and then we can go to our substantive conversation. To my right, we have Rosa Balfour. She's the director of Carnegie Europe. To my left, the Chargé d'Affaires of the US Embassy in Rome, Mr. Thomas Smitten. And we have Ivan Vejvoda, permanent fellow at the Institute for Human Sciences in Vienna. Now, before we go to our conversation, I would like to remind everyone of our rules that we've already agreed on. We are going to have a conversation among ourselves and keep our answers short to about 3 minutes each. Then, after a while, we will start taking questions from our online audience and from the people in the room. Now, our online audience has already been engaged in a conversation, and behind the scenes, we have our colleague, Benjamin Muser. He's also a Max Weber Fellow in the Political Science Department. Our panel deals with the future of the transatlantic relationship in light of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And to get this conversation started, we imagined different possibilities for the future. We engaged our audience online by already distributing a few polls, and we did a thought experiment. We asked them to imagine the year 2030 and how the war in Ukraine stands to look at that point. And almost 60% of the audience, of our expert audience, I should mention, imagined that we would have a ceasefire, but that Ukraine would de facto give up the Donbas region. In that context, we also asked them whether the European Union is likely to be more dependent on the United States in important ways. They've also answered in an overwhelming percentage that is very likely to happen, both in economic terms and for its security. At the same time, a few people also imagined a more balanced scenario where a relationship based on solidarity. Now, these questions I would like to start considering also among ourselves in the panel. When we set them up, when we set up this conversation, we had in mind the fact that the transatlantic relationship had been deteriorating for a while, and that it didn't look like it was likely to recover quickly. So the question that I'm going to address the panel first centers around the possibility that Russia's invasion of Ukraine is likely to trigger a reset of this partnership. And to get us started, I will breach diplomatic protocol and go first to Ivan Vejvoda. Ivan, you've had a wide experience of both analyzing and nurturing the transatlantic partnership. And I would like to ask you first if you think that the invasion of Ukraine and now the rumors that Russia might actually declare a full-scale war against Ukraine officially will reset the transatlantic partnership.
Thank you very much, Veronica, and thank you to Eric Jones in particular for the invitation to be on this panel. Well, indeed, I spent 6 years in Washington at the German Marshall Fund of the United States, whose key mission was to strengthen transatlantic relations. So both Rosa and I were colleagues there and worked a lot on those issues. I think the transatlantic relationship is perennial if we take it kind of 10,000 meter view of it. Obviously, during the tenure of President Trump, it took a nosedive. NATO survived, even though there were questions about how things would go. And even before the Russian aggression on Ukraine, when President Biden was inaugurated, the mantra was the US is back, meaning back in the relationship, back in NATO with full support to Europe. And of course, the war in Ukraine just I think, gelled at. This doesn't mean that the relationship is not complex. On the contrary, that there are so many dimensions to it. I'm sure we'll be looking into them. One that I'd really like to put out there immediately is the intense economic relationship that exists. There's nothing comparable in the world to the mutual flows of foreign direct investments. In 2020, about $3 trillion or euros went towards the United States, and from the United States to Europe, there were $3.6 trillion. The amount of job creation that goes on, no matter what happens at the, let me say, security and we'll discuss about that, there's this substratum. I don't want to be too Marxist about it, but the economy is really fundamental in this relationship.
I would take this question to Rosa now. You've had a lot of experience with scenario building and planning for the future. So would you say that it's very likely to see this relationship going towards more of a concerted, wholesale concerted action, or is it going to be more punctual?
Well, I mean, the time frame is also very important. What we've seen in the past year and a half, we have seen a shift from a rhetorical honeymoon inaugurated by the Biden administration to far more practical collaboration. And the past few months in dealing with Ukraine have really seen a regular flow of visitors from the United States to coordinate sanctions, to discuss trade and technology. I mean, Brussels has really been full of visitors from the US administration, signaling that the rhetorical importance attributed to Europe by the Biden administration is actually real. So I think with this time frame in mind, yes, we've seen a restart to the transatlantic relationship. Looking forward, does this mean that the US and the EU are going to be more aligned? Not necessarily. I think there's going to be a lot more collaboration and cooperation and dialogue, but there still will be plenty of areas in which the two sides diverge, but they'll talk about it, and that is the key point. One disclaimer I have to say is that everyone in Brussels thinks that a candidate from the Trumpian American right will win the elections in 2024, and therefore they are preparing to be more autonomous vis-à-vis the US, should need be. But this does not preempt collaboration with the US when that is necessary, and we're seeing that now. So I think everything that's happening and the sort of strategic push that Europe is seeing now because of the Ukraine crisis, in terms of energy diversification, in terms of focusing on its own security, in terms of protecting its own economy, this will continue, and it will be perfectly compatible with the transatlantic tandem should there continue to be favourable US that is favourable to the EU. So my view, the short answer is the transatlantic relationship and the West is being strengthened by the current situation. But of course, looking at it more globally, perhaps it's a West that is shrinking, but maybe that's something we can talk about later.
So Thomas, there you go, a very optimistic panel. Everything will be good and yet
have to
complex.
Add anything. This is great. Yeah.
Good but complex. In that it's almost diplomats are known to be notoriously ambiguous.
Yeah.
So why don't you solve it for us?
Okay, I will. Well, look, the reason where you raise this question is because it is the kind of existential question of the day, and what Putin's brutal and unpremeditated and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine has shown, ironically, I guess, is how together the West has been and how Western democracies have been so together in responding to that invasion. And we talk about this very analytically, but it's just worth a moment to sort of contemplate a land war in Europe where one country has invaded another country of 44 million people, a democracy, however imperfect, which was autonomous except for a previous invasion by Putin in 2014. And I think this is why the West has responded so solidly to opposing the invasion and has supported Ukraine, because in some senses the fate of democracy in the West rests on these kinds of events and how we respond as a transatlantic alliance, how the EU responds, how NATO responds, how individual countries respond. And so I think it has shown the strength of the West. But it's not the only feature of the past couple years, and we've heard your reference to when President Biden came in office. One of his objectives was to strengthen and reinforce alliances focused around the transatlantic relationship, which, remember, President Biden's global view is one of the core pieces of the puzzle in building democratic strength and building alliances around the world. We hosted President Biden here just a few months ago when Prime Minister Draghi hosted the G20 summit here. And, President Biden's trips since he's been in office have been to Europe and been to Brussels, been to London, been here. And it's on purpose. It's to reinforce the notion of that relationship. And then just a final point, because we're talking about democracies here, is that one of the initiatives early on in the Biden administration was to launch a summit of democracies and how we can work together to promote democratic renewal. And President Biden's been very clear about this. That's democratic renewal also at home for us, for other countries, and how we can work together to reinforce the democratic principles. But I think the events of the past 2 months have shown that democracies can respond, democracies can work together, and democracies can face these challenges together.
So I wouldn't want this panel to agree too much, because then we would be completely disconnected from reality, which is very contested and complex. So I'm going to push back a bit, Thomas, to what you said right there about the way in which democracies have acted together as a response to Russia's invasion. And I'm going to ask you first, how exactly do you think that this mechanism will play out going forward? Will democracies really put the idea of a democratic order in the international system at the core of their action, or will it be a much more cynical attitude, if I may call it that way, in which we also collaborate with autocracies on points of interest?
I think I'll just reaffirm what I said previously, that this invasion has shown that democracies can respond to these challenges. Democracies are, we couldn't have this discussion in many countries, around the world. We have this big thing in Washington every year called the White House Correspondents' Dinner, which is a terrible institution, but in any case, we had usually you have a comic there, and criticizing the president who's sitting right next to him. And this year it was Trevor Noah, who's a famous comic in the US of South African origin. And he said quite clearly, look, the big strength of this is I can criticize the president of the United States sitting right there, and I'm going to be okay. And you can't do that in many parts of the world. Which is why I don't think it's a cynical thing. Democratic renewal is a serious thing for our people, for all the people who are sitting here today. Of course, the world is imperfect, and we collaborate with all sorts of people and all sorts of regimes. But it's not cynical to want to promote human rights and freedom that we all enjoy. And there's a strength that comes from that, which is what I was referring to earlier. I don't think Putin expected the democratic West to respond in this way. So it's another element that's shown our strength, I think, over the past few months.
Rosa, I'm going to go to you now.
I'm not sure cynical is the right adjective. Will there be double standards? Yes, there always have been. We've always been imperfectly pursuing democracy internationally. Will we be cozying up to authoritarian states? Yes, we will, also to wean ourselves off Russia. But I think, this is what we should expect. International relations are not just about ideals. But I think there's some bigger issues in the background which are of critical importance. And one is, how do we support an international global system that is embedded around certain rules and certain norms, right? And democracies tend to be more likely to abide by them, to subject their own sovereignty to them, although the US and the EU are in different places, especially with respect, for instance, to the International Criminal Court. And how do we get as many countries as possible to follow these? And that is, these are the sort of elements of a rules-based order that is falling to pieces at the moment. I think to that degree, countries, the US, European countries, will be looking at partners to find out whether through, even if they're cozying up to a few authoritarian states in order to satisfy their energy demands, of course, wean ourselves off Russia entails talking to Azerbaijan, Saudi Arabia, all sorts of other countries. So there are trade-offs there. But I still think the ultimate goal will be to make sure that we save a degree of rules in the international system, and where possible, we also expand them, especially as far as outer space, cyber, etc., digital rights is concerned. So these are the trade-offs, and it's normal to have these trade-offs. So that's that's the sort of bottom line that we should expect. One point on democracy, I think it's quite interesting that the Biden administration has been very powerful in its rhetoric about putting forward a view of the world in which the big struggle is between democracy and autocracy. This is very much Biden's language. And paradoxically, even though the EU never framed the discussion in these sort of black and white terms, but the EU had been in the 1990s and early 2000s very powerful advocates of international norms of human rights and democracy. Whereas now, the rhetoric in the EU is all about a geopolitical Europe, speaking the language of power. So they've kind of gone in different trajectories. But in practice, if you look behind the rhetoric, they're actually working together. The Summit for Democracy saw Biden and Ursula von der Leyen taking the stand, even though Ursula von der Leyen legally didn't have the mandate to represent the European Union, but the US still, gave the EU that role. So I wouldn't underestimate the strength of collaboration from democracies which are imperfect, which are going through their own reckoning. We see that on a daily basis in the US, but this is also happening to a lesser extent in the European Union, and there's, we've just finished a conference on the future of Europe that is also looking at democracy in Europe. These things are moving, and these will continue to A, talk with each other, B, be a powerful reference point for those democrats around the world who want to see reform in their own countries, Ukraine for starters. So I see your pushback, right. I see your doubts. Yes, this is all happening, but we also see below the currents, I think we see some interesting trends.
So perhaps the challenge that I have is to imagine this world of double standards going forward for those who are engaged in the conflict, right? Because in the moment in which you are pushed into a negotiation that includes the possibility of giving up part of your sovereign territory, giving up on a potential democratic future for part of your population, and I'm having Ukraine in mind, then it's perhaps not such an unusual word to use that there's a lot of cynicism in the geopolitical order. So, Ivan, what do you think?
Many things to say. We definitely live in an imperfect world, and there's been sometimes too much idealization about the democratic West writ large. And it was very sobering to witness, and I was in Washington during the election of President Trump, and then with Brexit and the rise of populism. I come originally from a country that no longer exists called Yugoslavia, and we were a harbinger of these nationalist populist movements. I witnessed the return of evil in Europe when never again it should have happened. And I'm a social scientist and political scientist, and I pretend to know something about the history of Europe, and yet it happened in my house, in my doorstep, that my country exploded and is now 7 countries. And so double standards, we've lived all that, and I think you're posing the right question. How do we navigate then a world in which these things simply have to be swallowed? You know, going to Venezuela to ask for oil and gas, I mean, yeah, one needs to survive, but that doesn't mean that the struggle for democracy is lost. On the contrary, we need to keep reminding ourselves all the time that democracy was won in the streets and in institutions. It was not brought on a silver plate to anyone. People died, women died, men died to have an 8-hour week, to have representation, to have the right to vote. And simply, we've been complacent because we've had this quite long period of peace. And the fact that we have a return to war, and I always like to remind ourselves, you know, the Macrons of this world said we've had 70 years of peace in Europe. Well, that's not true, because the Soviet Union invaded Hungary in '56, invaded Czechoslovakia in '68, Turkey invaded Cyprus, etc., etc. So, and France led a war in Algeria, a colonial war. Portugal led a colonial war in Guinea-Bissau, Angola, and Mozambique. These are European countries, so let's not fool ourselves and pretend that war was not there. It was there all the time. And I think when you talk about Ukraine, yes, I mean, the reality will be that the Donbass will not be under sovereign Ukrainian control, but they will not ever say that this is not Ukraine. I mean, look at the Baltic states. They were never recognized as part of the Soviet Union by the United States and Europe, and they've come back. So there is hope. But it's fight, and one needs to be engaged on these issues. And Tom was absolutely right to remind us of the fact that a nuclear power is invading a sovereign democratic country with all of its faults, and God knows that Ukraine is not a perfect democracy.
Perhaps one of the things that we struggle with imagining in the future is that the Kremlin will back down, and at some point will decide that they've gotten enough. So this is a bit difficult to imagine in these sort of negotiations. But I would pull us out a little bit from this conversation before we open the floor for questions, and also consider other areas of collaboration. We've definitely seen that when it comes to building defense capabilities and working in the military aspect of this transatlantic partnership, there has been a lot of improvement. How about the other areas where we've had a lot of contested action throughout the last years? There's the technological collaborations in the field of technology, climate change, trade. The US and the EU don't see eye to eye on all of that. Now, if you would have to choose one great challenge going forward, which one would you refer to? Thomas?
I will answer that. Can I just go back to the previous discussion just for 1 second? Because you keep raising this issue of giving up the Donbass and not recognizing Crimea. We're a little bit far away from that. You're referring to the results of your survey of people who've you've asked about what happens in 2030. So I'd like to be conscious not to jump to that right now. We're not, the ones in this room aren't going to be the people who negotiate that, and it's the people who are currently fighting for their freedom and liberty who are going to negotiate for that. So I don't want us to, like, in this room, give up Ukrainian sovereign territory, okay? Yes, you're right to refocus the conversation exactly on those points. If we had this conversation 6 months ago, that's what we would have been talking about. We would have been talking about where we collaborate and where the challenges are. And over the past year, just to name a few issues where we have really been in lockstep. And I look at this a little bit from the Italian perspective, where President Draghi and President Biden are very much aligned. But if you think about common approaches to the pandemic, common approaches to economic revival post-pandemic, common approaches to climate change, common approaches to dealing with some of our trade and investment issues. So I think we're in good shape. I would raise the challenge as a long-standing challenge, and maybe because I've been personally involved in it over my career. But what's interesting to me, and I'd be interested in your perspectives on the EU-US relationship, is that it's almost like it's a family, and like the fights and disputes are sometimes pretty intense within the family. But we realize we're still part of the family, but we have to get over some of those issues. So I would highlight some of the regulatory and trade problems that we need to work through to realize that the strength of the transatlantic relationship is incredibly important for both of our economies. And sometimes we need to realize that sorting through some of our regulatory barriers and small trade problems, even though difficult, and we annoy each other. I mean, I've been in the meetings where we don't get along, but I think we're coming around to this realization that we face some of the challenges, Rosa, that you raised, which are challenges to international norms and standards, and there are systems and countries out there that don't share those approaches to transparent investment, transparent regulatory policy, this sort of thing. And we have these disputes, and we need to work through them. So I think, for me, that would be one of the big challenges in order to promote prosperity for both sides of the Atlantic, but also to deal with some of the underbrush of the relationships so that those trade and investment problems don't create other problems down the road.
Rosa, what do you think? Why can't we be friends?
Well, when in the run-up to the US elections, I was in gazillion webinars and meetings on transatlantic relations, et cetera, and everyone from both sides of the Atlantic was saying what we need to do in the next 4 years, if Biden wins, is fireproof the transatlantic relationship from further upheaval of the sort caused by Trump. And I think this is exceedingly difficult, but I think the work is going in that direction. And I think the Trade and Technology Council is probably where a lot of the major differences will be discussed. Not all of them will be overcome because, behind these big differences, there are also different worldviews. I mean, the EU is about regulation. The US is about the market driving the conversation. But I think things are changing a little bit in the US, actually, over big tech. So I think there's currents of thought that are coming closer to Europeans in this regard. There are two areas. I think maybe what we should talk about is China and how this Russian invasion of Ukraine is going to, whether and how it's going to shape and change US policies towards China. Because although the EU has gradually been inching closer or responding to some US demands that predate Biden, including at the time of Trump, so because of the US, but also because of China's behavior, so investment screening, trying to protect the economy and setting up barriers, trying to protect itself from a potentially hostile US in the future, for instance, protect itself from secondary sanctions through the anti-coercive instrument. So there's several things that the EU is doing, but I don't imagine it wanting to align itself completely to a world which is dominated by the US-China rivalry. And I think that will be an area where Europe and the United States might diverge somewhat moving forward. But I put that with a question mark because the Russian invasion of Ukraine might also change the US calculus. Certainly one thing is that whereas the US was moving towards a pivot towards Asia, now its interest in Europe has increased enormously because of this. The second point is that NATO is likely to be considerably strengthened. Finland and Sweden seem set to want to join. There's going to be a new NATO strategic concept approved in Madrid in June. So again, this is something else that points towards a strengthening of the transatlantic relationship. One final area maybe is climate. I mean, you know, the US and the EU and Europe as a whole are in different places on the climate agenda. And, you know, the US is playing catch-up on that front. And I think the EU quite enjoys having that leadership role.
So I enjoyed the way you finalized that answer, because most people, and I'm already including some of the questions that have appeared on the screen, would say that it's the US who has the leadership role. And that it's usually an asymmetric relationship, that often there's this interdependence that's being weaponized in different areas. But it would seem, from what Rosa was saying, and from what others have also analyzed here at the UI related to this relationship, or the future of this relationship, that it is actually the US that has to get a little closer to the EU's position on climate change, on tech regulation, on trade, on all sorts of other things in which the EU seems to be more at the forefront, including human rights. How do you see this, Ivan?
Well, it's variable geometry at all levels, basically. You know, we talk, or many talk about a G2 world, the US and China. Ian Bremmer recently said it's a G0 world where nobody really is in control, and I think we're floating in this new situation. It's really a new deal. I mean, the cards have been now dealt, quote unquote, thanks to the Russian invasion and Putin's actions. And so there's a rethink that needs to happen. But I think the basic is really the resilience of the transatlantic relation. In difficult times, you gather, and I think Tom's metaphor of the family is excellent. You know, we do frustrate each other, you know, with the relative on the side who kind of keeps bickering away at some issue, but it is a family. And if I may just briefly go to a conversation I had with former Italian Prime Minister Massimo D'Alema, I asked him during the NATO bombing of my country, I said, how did it hold up? Because I knew lots of you were not quite happy with the fact that NATO was bombing a European country. And he simply said to me, we knew that Milosevic was much worse news and that we had to hold together. Milosevic underestimated the resilience of the coalition, the Green coalition in Berlin, our coalition. And he said, D'Alema said privately to me, you know, I wasn't very happy, but we knew the West had to resist. So it's a very similar situation. You know, a democracy is under attack, a sovereign European country is under attack, and the fact that we have a competing system to the international rules order that is coming from China and from Russia really means that we're in a battle royale here. So it's really about the survival of the mode of life. And, you know, we need to keep repeating these things that are obvious to us. People migrate to the European Union, to the United States. They don't migrate to China or to Russia. And so the model, however imperfect and full of double standards and inequalities and, you know, name it, is still the preferred way of social institutional life. And that's what's really, you know, to your question, where do you identify the problem? I think we need to keep reminding ourselves of that bigger picture and then look at the more specific issues that we need to solve.
Ivan, I'll build on that and also connect to another question that we received online. That model is not the preferred model for everyone. And one name that comes to people's mind is the former President Donald Trump, who is also going potentially for a re-election in 2024. His re-election is not unlikely at this point, with a friendly Congress and so on. It is very possible that the difficult situation, not to call it nightmare, that we've gone through as Donald Trump challenged U.S.'s position in NATO, the connection between the U.S. and the EU will come back with a vengeance if that were to happen. Maybe I'm using too strong words here, but I would like you to moderate me and prove yet again a little more optimism. Would you like to take that on? What happens?
It's a fantastic thing as an American diplomat. I don't have to answer that question directly. So, because I've spent a lot of my career working on US-EU issues. I spent a lot of my career in Europe. And I look at it over I look at this relationship over a 70-year time horizon. I don't look at it over a 2 or 3 year time horizon. And if you think about what it was like in the 50s and the 60s, we've made incredible progress in building that relationship, even if you want to chart it to the middle of the Trump administration. So the idea that one administration switches off everything that we've built, or that one administration switches on everything we built, I think is too simplistic. I think the strength of the relationship isn't just one administration here, one administration in Brussels, one administration in France, but it is, as you were saying, sort of multidimensional. It's trade, it's culture, it's immigration, it's emigration, it's economics, it's shared security objectives, it's shared views on democracy, it's shared views on human rights, it's I can go on and on. So what happens in 2 years is super important for, politicians and for short-term political policies of different political parties. But if we're talking in the round about the transatlantic relationship, we've got to take a broader aperture to look at it.
Yeah, I'd like to come in because we've put out, at Carnegie Europe, we've put out 2 reports on the transatlantic relationship, looking at it through sectoral issues, one at the beginning of 2021 and one sort of 1 year on, what have we done? And indeed, the depth of the relationship is such that it can't just be, completely, there can't be a big earthquake just in case there is another Trump-like president. But because most of the decision makers strongly believe that this is a very likely possibility, this is concentrating the minds so that the EU actually gets its act together to build up its strength, to address its weaknesses between now and 2024, to prepare for that eventuality, which is not just about, and there's also another question, about the EU playing the weaker partner in the case of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Well, yes, on security and defense, the EU is the weaker partner, but on a whole host of other areas, it isn't, and economics is one of them. The sanctions package without the European involvement would not be as impactful as it is being, because Europe is much more, tied to Russia. So what Europe does is of greater consequence to Russia. These are actually strengths. And I think the EU is taking seriously, at long last, the idea of building up its own capacity to act in the world, also because of the fear of another Trump-like president in the US. So, you can play it both. It could also be quite convenient for European decision makers to think that is an option. Whether it is an option, I don't know. Back in 2016, nobody thought Trump would be elected. If anything, for demographic reasons. Of course, the US is going through a period of sharp polarization, but numerically, Trump didn't have the majority vote. So maybe we should be a little bit more optimistic about the US as well.
Ivan, if you would like to weigh in on that, a future where Trump is back. And in the meantime, I will ask the audience in the room to prepare some questions because we're going to the floor.
Well, let me put my neck out. I don't think Trump will win in the next election. So
new levels of optimism in this panel.
It doesn't mean that a Republican won't win, but dare I say that I predicted that Trump wouldn't win a second term. But nonetheless, and going back to what Rosa has said, I think the Europe, and if anyone remembers a certain Angela Merkel who said, Europe needs to basically prepare for a situation in which the US is not so friendly on a certain number of things. And the secondary sanctions, I think, were really a wake-up call that, wow, somebody else is deciding about who we can trade with or not. So I think Europe is, in its own slow, muddling through way, preparing for events like that. One of the worries that I have about Europe in this effort that they have is the famous pooling and sharing. Do we need to have 24 air forces in Europe, etc.? How does Europe get its defense in light of Russia's aggressive stance? Overall, can Europe move towards PESCO is obviously a good step, a certain number of other things, but I think it really needs to do much, much more to concert. And obviously Germans, Zeitenwende and wanting to invest $100 billion in, there needs to be, the tanker really needs to be turning a little more quickly than it is.
If you want a slightly more negative outlook, I can do that as well. Because if you look, everything I've said in the optimistic front, then you have to actually do it, number one. Number two, that opens up those choices that Europe might make, open up a whole set of other dilemmas. And we don't know what's going to happen in Ukraine. So we can go down that route if you want to.
Each one of us can paint a much blacker picture. Yeah. I mean, I've never had a problem with that. But the question is that realistic? I mean, we need to weigh both sides here.
Well, I'm from Eastern Europe, so I wouldn't rise up to my identity if it wouldn't be a little doom and gloom in this conversation. Yeah. So I would like to open the floor for questions from the room. And there is a microphone. If you could please introduce yourself first.
Hello, I'm Brandal Brigi. For my own sake. Anyway, I'd like to ask whether the panel thinks that a future invasion of Taiwan by China is likely, and if so, how do they think that the West is going to react, or how it's going to deter such an invasion from happening? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I will use my privilege as a moderator and slightly rephrase that to ask, what do we think the tension in around Taiwan is likely to, how do we think it's likely to evolve and have an impact on the transatlantic relationship as well? So not just the US. Who would like to take?
I don't think China will invade. There's be a lot of, they pretend that this is China. I think until recently there were 10 flights a day from Beijing to Taipei. I mean, the billions of trade that go on between these two. China does want to rule the world. I mean, Xi Jinping in his party congress, whenever that was in 2017, more or less said that. We'll see what the next party congress said. I think it'll be a renewal of it, the way that they're acting. But, and this is why the Russian invasion is not helpful to China, whatever they're saying rhetorically, but they need a more stable situation so that their Belt and Road and expansion into the world can carry on. Any disruption, I think, is not good for them in this case. I mean, nothing is unlikely. It could be that there's a kind of Putin moment in Xi Jinping's head, or whoever's leads China, and say, well, we'll just grab this. But I think, judging from their statements and sort of reading between the sentences, they'd like to see this over as quickly as possible so that they can consolidate and reinforce their economic and military strength. And God knows that their military is being built up on a massive scale.
Tom, invasion or not, how do you think the US and the EU are going to deal with it?
Interestingly, Putin's failure in Ukraine might be a good warning sign for authoritarian governments and what they can just achieve. It's a good example of not believing your own propaganda because, China might be looking at this and seeing the difficulties in invading another country. And so you raised China, I think, Rose, earlier, that if we had been doing this 6 months ago, one of the big topics would have been US and EU views of China and economics of China and how they're trying to set their own standards and what they might do with Taiwan and what they might do with their military buildup. We, as the US administration, the US government, are very concerned about Taiwan and about what China is doing. But I think, as you've reframed the question, I don't think that it drives a wedge between the US and the EU. I think that what's happened in Ukraine also shows the strength that we might be able to exert coming together if something like that were to happen or were threatened or seemed likely. So, you're very good at predictions. I'm not in the predictions business right now, so I don't know what's going to happen. But I do think that we have remained aligned on this invasion. I think we will remain aligned if another one is threatened somewhere else in the world.
Rosa, how is the situation on the ground? In Brussels, and how are they doing?
So I'll just say, I'm not a China expert, but I have some very good colleagues at Carnegie who are, and none of them seem to think that China is about to invade Taiwan, and that actually the time horizon, the means are completely different, number one. Number two, I think this raises a very important question, and that is how the rest of the world is viewing this. Not just the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which is a big issue, because not the whole world is not aligned with the West, but also what lessons are they drawing? For instance, the importance of being a nuclear power. Are we moving towards a period of nuclear proliferation? North Korea certainly seems to have drawn its lessons from the fact that Russia is a nuclear power and therefore can behave in a certain way, and that constrains the responses of the West. So that's another element. The third question, I won't answer it, but I do think it's interesting because 6 months ago, we might have had this conversation about EU-China. And I think most of the scenarios on whether Europe would support the US if China attacked Taiwan in one form or another were not really. And now I'm not entirely sure because there would be, I think, a deeper sense of obligation and a deeper sense of solidarity within the transatlantic relationship. So, but I don't feel confident enough to actually say this is how it's going to be. I just wonder. It's a good question in that sense.
Let's collect a few more questions. So we have two on this side. We'll take both.
Yes, hi. My name is Tonia Mastrobuoni, and I work for the Italian daily La Repubblica. I have two questions. The first is, of course, the European and the Western unity is fantastic in this phase, and very important. But don't you think that I asked this also to the American representative, of course, that the very aggressive stance of the UK and the US might be dangerous for Europe, and so that we shouldn't maybe work for more autonomy also regarding our relationship with the UK and US. And the second question is, the impression is that Germany, in a certain sense, is absent in this phase. There is a very strong French leadership, but aren't you worried that Scholz is so weak in this phase? Thank you.
We'll collect the other question from in the back from Sarah.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Nouwen. I'm here at the EUI in International Law. So the Atlantic Ocean unites or divides, depending on your perspective, not only Europe and the United States, but also Africa and Latin America. And I wondered if one takes the transatlantic relationship there into account, would any of your answers to the question about democracies, and as we know, there are very important democracies both in Europe and in South America and in Africa, would any of your answers change, taking into account those transatlantic relations?
Well, the first question was directed at the American representative, but we're all transatlantic representatives, so we could, either of us could probably take that. But would you like to start?
No, I think the question about, I think you're referring to sort of strategic autonomy and how does the EU conceive of or or Europe conceive of rebalancing the relationship. As you know, the U.S. is all for that. If the EU and other European countries want to increase their defense spending, increase their strategic alignment with among militaries, become a more integrated force that can help support their democracies and their security, that's fine. Not fine, that's great. The U.S. view of it is that if that sucks resources away from our common defense in NATO, then that's probably not a great idea. I'm not sure if you're referring to other ways that Europe becomes autonomous but that's usually the principal one we talk about. In terms of democratic discussions in Latin America and elsewhere, we as a Transatlantic Alliance have similar views on what democratic development should look like in other countries. I think we have to be humble about that and what that looks like, and I think we are becoming increasingly realistic and humble about it, but I don't think it changes the nature of the discussion about our support for democracy and human rights in other countries. We're talking here about transatlantic relations and the kind of existential crisis of the day in Ukraine, but we have scope to talk about and think about other regions of the world, and I think those are, the discussion doesn't change much when you consider those areas.
So I would also like to take into account the question about Germany, and probably we're also well placed to answer that question. It does feel like there is a void of leadership that has emerged once Chancellor Merkel withdrew. Would any of you like to?
Yeah, I have to say, in Europe and in Brussels, Chancellor Merkel enjoyed an enormous amount of support. She stood above her peers in terms of competence and ability to steer the EU through crisis management. But with hindsight, the negotiations she led on Crimea and on Donbass were really unsatisfactory. And we didn't see that a shift in understanding Russia's strategy, whereby Crimea was just one step towards what is happening now, and Georgia was perhaps the first step. And I attribute that very much to the German framing of the conversation about Russia. So to what extent is Germany shifting now? And then I'll come to this sort of leadership point. I think the shifts have been huge, but I think for Olaf Scholz and his party, it's particularly painful to move away from a vision of German debt towards Russia because of the Second World War, however falsified that vision is, because let's not forget that actually the Red Army was also composed of Ukrainians, and that a lot of the blood was shed on Ukrainian territory. But that has shaped very much Germany's view of Russia alongside the Ostpolitik from the 1970s onwards, which was a very positive influence that also prepared the ground for the end of the Cold War. So shifting from that deeply entrenched view, accompanied by the sort of more commercial, mercantilistic engagement of Germany's economy with Russia, especially on the energy front, it has been very painful. And I would say both of these are actually also visible in this country. All the television debates on this war are very much shaped by a very positive view of Russia, and as the sort of successor, the sort of the breakup of the Soviet Union is viewed very much through Russian lens, obliterating the Ukrainian identity, which is essentially being denied. So this is a painful transition, but it's happening. And I think because there is a coalition government and the other two parties are quite adamant about what the policies towards Russia ought to be, they're quite adamant about energy diversification and weaning themselves off their dependency on Russia, I think this will take place. But of course, the outcome is weak leadership at the European level. And after 15 years of uncontested German leadership, this might seem, the optics of it might seem a little bit negative, but I'm not pessimistic about that. I've always thought German leadership was important. I've always thought Franco-German leadership was necessary, but not sufficient. And what we're seeing with this crisis is that actually perhaps some standoffs between, for instance, France and Central Europe are beginning to be thawed, and there's beginning a new dialogue might be starting. We're seeing that Hungary is increasingly isolated, even within the context of Central Europe. So there's some other shifts that are happening. We're also seeing Italy standing up to the challenge in ways that haven't happened for the past 20 years or so, and so there's a more diffuse pattern of leadership taking place in Europe. And I would just add to that because of COVID, EU member states have actually given quite a bit of power also to the Commission. And the Commission has played an important role in pulling all the threads together with respect to the sanctions package. And even though we're looking at a package which has, quite a sort of is targeted towards a specific use, but the implications on the green transition, on energy diversification, on where the EU spends its money are huge. And we haven't talked about it, but this is also where the difficulties are, because of course someone has to pay for all this. And that's where we move into, how much can this hold in Europe, et cetera, et cetera. But that's just to answer on Germany.
I would also like to get this question to Ivan, but I would add something else that came online, and it connects to the conversation about leadership in Europe. Is it likely that under these great circumstances and with the looming war, that the EU is going to be also more accommodating towards the illiberal regimes that have been building up a lot of strength on the European territory?
Well, on Germany and France, I think that remains a cardinal relationship in Europe. And in fact, Macron will make his first official second-term trip to Berlin in a few days. Secondly, Germany has always seen its foreign and defense policy stance within the European framework, never alone. I think that's one of the lessons of post-World War II, and that was the fact for Merkel. And I just want to underscore what Rosa just said. I mean, if we remember our Montesquieu and the 12 effets du commerce, that mercantilism and exchange will somehow ease relationships and bring us closer together. Well, we obviously have to rethink that. And as you said, Rosa, the Germans are really rethinking, what the hell did they do by becoming so reliant on Russian fossil fuels. But again, life is not perfect, and they'll have to move forward on that. And in Germany, I think, there really is, given their history, it's tough, but they are really now confronting this stance, about the pacifism that they've indulged in, thanks to the U.S. security umbrella, all of us in Europe, for that matter. I don't think Europe will. We had the first panel today with Vice President Commissioner Jourova, who was very clear that the European Union was moving ahead on the various toolkit that they have to start curbing Orban and Hungary and what they're doing. And obviously Poland is now a bit off the hook with the things they're doing positively on the war in Ukraine. But I think, if the European Union is to survive, then it will have to address this, because it's a bad influence on the candidate countries like mine, for example, Serbia, at this point. But if you allow me, I'll just go to the Transatlantic South question. At the German Marshall Fund, we did organize a series of conferences in Morocco called Atlantic Dialogues, where we were aware of this need to have all of the four kind of continents talking. And I think it is a very serious question, and thank you for bringing it up, because of all sorts of issues that we talked about here. not least because of the demographics. I think that's something we need to bring up. Europe is a shrinking continent. I mean, we'll go from 7% of the world population to 5%. The whole question of migration. Remember, Angela Merkel traveled, I think, about 8 times to Africa during her tenure, cognizant of this challenge. So I think, and when you look at how China is present in Africa, for example, but also in Latin America, these are all things that are part of the bigger question that we're dealing with here.
Well, thanks a lot, Ivan. And there you have it, Transatlantic Perspectives on Democracy from Trevor Noah to Montesquieu. And of course, with our great panel. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your questions, and to the audience online. And please join me in thanking everyone for your contribution. Don't forget that there's a lunch break now, but everyone is welcome to come back to panels starting 2:45.
It is an age of challenges. It is an age of crises. Technology, climate change, migration, justice, democracy, and so much more. The State of the Union is the EU's annual policy conference, and this year it is asking a hard-hitting question. Is Europe fit for the next generation? And no location is more fitting for this inquiry than the Badia Fiesolana in the hills of Florence. It has been the headquarters of the European University Institute since 1972, but the Badia has also been a holy site for almost 2,000 years. The story of the Badia is related to the story of a very unusual monastery. Look no further than to its architecture for clues. Like many monasteries, it had an inner cloister, which represents the Garden of Eden, complete with a tree of knowledge. However, unlike other monasteries, the cloister is not closed off. Instead, it opens up to a terrace, a loggia, typically found in villas. This balcony, overlooking Florence, sent a clear message by design. The knowledge within these walls must reach the world. It is also a sign of how the Badia is inextricably linked to Florence. It is here that in the 15th century, a family of bankers, the Medici, rose to power. Their patronage of art and culture spurred the Renaissance, the Cultural Revolution that first put humankind at the center of the world. And nothing sums up the spirit of the Renaissance more than this inscription: De victa montis natura, man has conquered the sharp mountain. A way to say that humankind was shaping the landscape according to their own ideas. For Renaissance humanists, this meant striking a respectful balance. The plaque celebrates Cosimo the Elder of the Medici family. It was Cosimo who turned the Badia Fiesolana into a hub of Neoplatonic culture. Its impressive library fueled the rediscovery of the classics and broke the barrier between secular and religious texts. It attracted scholars from all over the world, much like it does today. And just like our scholars, monks and secular intellectuals would be seen here, walking together and discussing the ideas of their time. With the Habsburg dynasty taking over Tuscany in the 18th century, the influence of the Medici family faded. However, the location's love for knowledge lived on. In the 18th century, the Badia was home to the Academy of the Georgophili, Europe's first institute for the promotion of agronomy as a science, a sign of the revolutions of the time. Once again, the Badia became a symbol of man's dominion over nature. However, its peaceful location did not shield it from controversy. Perched between Florence and Fiesole, the Badia was between two powerful sparring municipalities. And trouble didn't end here. Let's have a look at the refectory, a few feet away from the cloister. This 1629 fresco by Giovanni di San Giovanni shows angels feeding Jesus after his fast in the desert. Over here, other angels pelt the devil with stones. And at the center, Jesus, dressed as a monk as he blesses the wine and bread, just like priests do in Catholic Mass. Now, this might seem pretty innocent, but in reality, it points to a key theological difference between Catholics and Protestants, and one that led to many wars in Europe between the 16th and 17th century. And there's more. It was citizens, the powerful Medici, that made sure the Badia church was fully rebuilt according to the time's architectural trends. It is now a splendid Renaissance church with its simple lines and luminous altar. The Badia survived many more of history's darkest moments and is still loyal to its pursuit of knowledge for the betterment of the world. The second day of the State of the Union takes place in Palazzo Vecchio, a symbol of civic power in the heart of Florence. Once again, the worlds of politics, academia, civil society and business meet here to debate our common future. At the 2022 State of the Union, we are no longer asking if humankind can conquer nature. Rather, we are asking, can humankind conquer the crises it has created? In other words, is Europe fit for the next generation?
Herzlich willkommen zu Euronews. Bienvenue dans Euronews Soir. Comenzamos con los titulares.
I'm Tukumbo Salako with your top stories.
Nos volvemos a encontrar para hacer seguimiento a la actualidad de Europa y del mundo. Euronews Noite, bem-vindos à edição.
Bonsoir, bienvenue sur Euronews.
Sharing Pan-African stories.
Partagés à travers tout le continent.
And beyond, because
your voice matters.
What does it take to embrace a new world?
You're watching Euronews now, our top story. This is a deal.
Let's find out what Europe has to say. We fact-check, verify and debunk the biggest stories.
The police all deployed down to this side.
Embora sendo uma questão política e se calhar socialmente delicada,
the EU is about to publish its much-anticipated migration pact.
Moskva,
Berlin, London,
Roma.
Throughout history, was diesen Kontinent so besonders macht.
E 200 metri.
Le plus fort pouvoir d'achat
que permite un mejor aprovechamiento de los recursos.
Do you see yourself as the leader of this movement?
Hello there, and a very warm welcome to this latest edition of Euronews Debates. I came to Tehran to witness change.
Welcome to Climate Now, our unique monthly update on what's really happening to our planet.
there's an opportunity for me to make an impact.
So the important thing is to take action.
And dream big.
I definitely have the coolest job in the world.
Change your approach to plastic waste.
All together, you change the world.
Euronews. Euronews. Euronews.
There are few places in the world that can claim the artistic, the scientific, and the cultural achievements of Florence, Italy. The city's history is filled with discovery, of rule breaking, and changing the way the world is seen and understood. And behind it is the work of the Fondazione CR Firenze, committed to preserving Florence's past while creating opportunities for the future. Today, the Fondazione CR Firenze is a banking foundation, an independent non-profit organisation in its own right, and works for the social and economic development in Florence, Grosseto and Arezzo in the region of Tuscany. Each year, the foundation donates around 55 million euros to initiatives and institutions that share these goals. Its impact is vast. It supports 900 projects every year across 5 different sectors: art and culture, education, charity, the environment, and innovation. Many of Florence's most famous landmarks wouldn't be the same without the support of the Fondazione CR Firenze. These important projects preserve the history and the beauty of the city, like the restoration of Florence's iconic Poggi ramps, and the Villa Bardini and its historical gardens, a cultural centre with spectacular views of Florence. It supports the Maggio Musicale Fiorentino's opera and classical music performances, and the theatre. The foundation also supports Florence's Opificio delle Pietre Dure, which restores masterpieces by some of history's greatest artists, while the works of Tuscan and Florentine artists are honoured in the foundation's permanent collection. In collaboration with the world-famous Uffizi galleries, important works of art from the museum's archives are loaned to towns throughout the region. Millions of euros have been invested in developing a modern digital hub in what was once a former Medici grain store, creating a centre for innovation, business startups, and opportunities for young people. It supports social science research at the European University Institute to help our understanding of international events. While scientific research and development at Florence University is helping us have healthier futures. And it responds in times of crisis, taking action during the COVID pandemic. Almost 200 years after its creation, the foundation continues to help those in need. And in doing so, our community is stronger, more prosperous, and filled with possibilities for the future.
Greater connectivity benefits the greater good, and Qualcomm invented 5G breakthroughs that make it possible. See us where 5G is helping to make manufacturing more productive and less wasteful. Join us in making Europe more connected with 5G.
Sustainability, a strategic choice for Poste Italiane with a full commitment in all processes and projects. A journey that began 3 years ago in order to create a new business culture. Sustainability, the only answer to the multiple challenges facing the market. Forward-looking and committed on reaching the 2050 European Green New Deal. Sustainability, for Poste Italiane, it is the model for creating significant value shared with all stakeholders, increasing reputation, and putting people at the heart of every decision. Prizes and awards drive us forward with great pride and sense of responsibility. Growing responsibly thanks to the decisive contribution of employees to the sustainable success, innovation, digitalization, and social cohesion of the country. This is the guide to achieving the goals in the group's sustainability plan based on 8 fundamental ESG pillars. Among the main goals of the plan, the company intends to maximize its contribution in the fight against climate change. In line with the Paris Agreement and the New Green Deal, Poste Italiane is focused on reaching international goals of carbon neutrality by 2030, well in advance of the schedule defined by the European Union. Poste Italiane is committed to setting climate targets in line with limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Proud to be joining a growing group of leading companies that are demonstrating the highest level of ambition on climate and paving the way for a net zero future. Improving the condition of employees and their families is continuing. For example, the implementation of a new corporate welfare model, workplace environmental monitoring, the reduction of accidents in the workplace. New Integrated Anti-Fraud Platform, PIAF, combining fraud prevention targets with improved customer experience by 2024. 100% ISO 37001 certification for the group by 2022. Ensuring equal pay for equal work is one of the pillars of gender equality. Poste Italiane is focused on reaching the prestigious Equal Salary certification issued by the Equal Salary Foundation, which certifies not only the wage equality between men and women, but also that the company, through its management, has put in place a structured governance aimed at eliminating all forms of discrimination. Poste continues its education and financial inclusion projects within the company and community in digital mode. The company aims to raise customer satisfaction levels by embracing innovative actions such as increasing digital transactions, increasing the number of merchants able to accept CODIS payments, increasing the number of biodegradable payment cards. The company aims to integrate the ESG criteria within traditional investment processes. Poste Vita will include 100% ESG factors in investment products by 2024. Sustainability, our guide for contributing to a better world. Poste Italiane, growing sustainably for a carbon-neutral 2030.
Il sistema TGCOM24 si conferma vincente. È il sistema multimediale di informazione più visitato in Italia. È leader per numero di video visionati e tempo medio di permanenza sul sito. È in costante crescita sul web e mobile con più di 3 milioni di lettori al giorno sul sito. 100 milioni di video visti ogni mese. e 5 milioni di followers sulle piattaforme social. TGcom 24, con TG4, Studio Aperto, Sport Mediaset e il canale All News. Insieme al TG5, colloca l'informazione Mediaset ai primi posti nel settore televisivo. TGcom 24, nel nuovo hub tecnologico dell'informazione. È un sistema unico e vincente.